Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act of 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Zahir Bryant, and I will be chairing today's session. My panel members today are Nellie Volpett, Nazila Atarodi West, and Gary McKay, and Doug Wilkins. The land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make either their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share their presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email, I beg your pardon. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, I beg your pardon, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. It looks like it's not broadcasting on WebEx. So if we could just pause for a moment.
Certainly, thank you.
Okay, it appears we are now good to go. Thank you. Continue.
Would you like me to begin from the beginning, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, in this case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you again. Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Zahir Bryant, and I will be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Nellie Volpett, Nazila Atarodi West, Gary McKay, and Doug Wilkins. The land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 of the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected pardon me, with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto local appeal body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal committees of adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished the presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes to be adopted?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, there are minutes to adopt this morning. The October 23rd, 2024 hearing minutes, as well as the November 6th, 2024 minutes.
Thank you. We'll take them in order. October 24th, you said, was the first one?
October 23rd.
23rd, I beg your pardon. Do we have a motion to adopt the minutes?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I would move that we adopt the minutes from the October 23 meeting of the Committee of Adjustment.
Do we have a seconder? Ms. Volpet? All those in favor? Thank you. Unanimous. November 6th minutes. Minutes of the 6th of November. Do we have a motion to adopt?
I'll likewise bring a motion to adopt those minutes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Do we have a seconder? Mr. McKay? All those in favor? Unanimous decision. Thank you.
You, Mr. Chair, to Member McKay, can we just test your microphone? There's no sound.
Seems to be on. Haven't had any technical issues.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just if we can pause one moment, we're just checking. Okay, seems to be fine at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question for staff and panel members. Does anybody have any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Thank you. Madam Secretary, Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any deferral requests for this morning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll also state for the record there's no files to be closed or withdrawn for this morning or afternoon agenda. Regarding this morning's agenda, we do have a deferral request. That is for item number 3, municipal address of 28 to 36 Halton Street, file number A0652/24TEY.
Thank you. Do we have the agent with us today?
And through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent on the line, and we are just checking. There are a number of registered speakers in opposition for this item, so we are just verifying that we have all the speakers on the line.
Hi, Matthew, agent for the owner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it appears we do have all the speakers on the line, as well as one in person and the agent on the line.
Thank you. Pardon me. I'll just read into the, for the record, the purpose of the application. This is item number 328-36 Halton Street. Purpose of the application: to convert the existing 3-story heritage building into an apartment building by constructing a rear 4-story addition, north block, a side east 3-story addition, east wing, and a side west 3-story addition, west wing. There will be a total of 48 dwelling units on this lot. There will be a total of 4 visitor parking spaces on site. The committee had before it the following communication: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Matthew Lang. I hope I've pronounced that correctly, agent. Received November 6, 2024. We have decision numbers affecting the subject property, Ontario Municipal Board decision, and order number affecting the subject property. There's a tree inventory and preservation plan from forestry, tree inventory and preservation plan prepared by Forestry Consulting Company. Correspondence from the agent and a number of folks in opposition and or expressing interest or concern. I wonder if we could have the agent online.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I wonder if you could just provide a brief description of the application before you, or before us, and as to why you might want a deferral.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a presentation available if we'd like to go through that. However, we did request a deferral for a couple of reasons. Number one being the letters on file. So we'd like to take the opportunity to meet with those individuals that submitted letters, see if there's some common ground that we can find, and then come back to the committee. There's also another reason, which is about a week ago, we received a updated zoning review from the city. It was not requested by us. It was issued. I confirmed with the zoning examiner, but through their updated review, we no longer require the parking variance. So that variance has been removed now, and we will not be requesting the parking variance. In a nutshell, the application is an application a project that we've been working on for a couple of years now with city staff, city planning, urban design, heritage. We have gone through heritage meeting. There is a designation bylaw which is coming forward. And we've utilized essentially the policies of the missing middle and enhanced housing program policies of the city. But I don't want to go too far through the presentation if, again, the request is for a deferral to allow us to meet with those individuals that have submitted letters and go through the proposal with them.
Thank you. Essentially, from what I understand, it's, I think it's variance number 5 that you are asking to be removed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct, based on an updated zoning review received from the city.
So that would be one amendment. Pardon me. I think we may have some folks in the audience that were in opposition to this particular application. I wonder if we might have you up front and participate.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can start with the one speaker that's here in person at 38 Halton Street to speak to the merits of this application. Sorry. We're going to start.
Oops, I beg your pardon. Have a seat, yes, please. I think there's a mic. Thank you. Before we proceed, I wonder if we could have your name and address, and then the only question we really need an answer from you today is, are you in agreement to a request for deferral or not? No discussion about the merits of the application as such.
Okay. My name is Erin Borgfjord, and I own 38 Halton Street.
So the question would be, are you in favor of deferral or not?
Does that mean I have to come back and present my statements on another day?
Possibly, if that's what you would like to do.
Could I just make them today so that I don't have to take another day off work?
At this point, all we do is look at the request for deferral, and it's either a yes or no, and then the committee will determine whether we approve a deferral or not.
Oh. I don't have an opinion on the deferral. I don't know what that means. Does that mean that we do all this again?
It will be postponed, because what the agent wanted to do was to be able to have consultations with folks like yourselves who have expressed concern, who have expressed opposition. And if there are any other changes that are involved, if memory serves me correctly, I think the one variance is going to be deleted. Mm-hmm. So there's a change. It's going to be an amended version. The application will come in as an amended one when it does come in again. So there will be some changes at that point.
Okay. So, just so I'm clear, so then that means that if I want to make statements that we're going to do all this again on another day and I have to come back on another day?
Unless you might have to do that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So would you be in favor of a deferral?
Well, I'd rather do it today so that I don't have to come back. I don't mind if they need more time for other things, but I could just make my statement and then...
No, at this point, all we want is the response to whether it's accepting a deferral or not.
Okay, I'd rather not defer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have the next person?
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming down, though. Good morning. I wonder if you might state your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Jeff Caroa, and I live on 127 Gibbon Street.
Thank you. And the same question again, yes or no to the question of a deferral.
And what's the question? What is that deferral meaning? Whether
It will
I'm
be postponed till another date. I think it might be the next earliest date, if I'm not mistaken.
if I'm in favor of it being postponed, or
Yeah, so the question to you,
I don't have a choice, right? I'd rather get it all done today like that person before me, but
well, essentially what will happen is you will say yes or no.
okay.
Ultimately, the committee will sit down and decide whether we want accept a deferral, push for a deferral, vote for a deferral, or not. But the decision hasn't been made yet.
I don't know. I wasn't expecting. I thought I was just gonna come here and speak my mind in regards to this application.
I
so-
understand. I think one of the difficulties always with deferrals is that people, it often happens at the last minute.
Yeah,
So none of us are expecting it.
okay, so I can't really say whether, I mean, I'm not in agreeance with whatever this is, but whatever this is gonna change apparently, right? And that's what you're saying? So
There may
it's
be
not-
some changes involved later on, but at this point, all we need from you is a yes or no in favor of deferral. So if you prefer not to have a deferral, you can say no. If you feel comfortable saying yes to deferral, then that would be your answer as well.
I prefer not to say anything then, because I don't know.
No comment?
Yeah, no comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you state your name and address, please?
William De Silva, 117 Given Street.
Wonderful, thank you. And the same question to you would be, are you in favor or not in favor of a deferral today?
Now, that means exactly what?
It basically means that the application will be postponed to a later date, but it also gives the applicant a chance, the agent a chance, because as the agent indicated, what they want to do is to consult with various people that have expressed concern.
Well, I'm
and
not, yeah, I'm
presumably
not in favor
opposition.
of it. Obviously, I'd like to postpone for something further.
But how do we, sorry,
She's my wife.
Could you state your name as well,
sorry,
please?
my name is Helen Conception, 117 Given Street.
Thank you.
So if there's a deferral, how do we get added to the consultation? Because, you know, we're only currently receiving information by mail. Do we have to submit a letter do we also have to submit a letter with our comments in order to be included in the consultation?
Through the chair, it will be the same process again. So there'll be notice provided in the mail to the homeowners within the radius. And once again, you'll just have to provide your information if you want to speak.
Okay.
My question also is, why is it on the letter it says that we have up to 5 minutes of speaking, but yet we don't have that option here?
So in this case, it's because the applicant has requested a deferral of the application. So there's no discussion on the merits of this application because they will possibly be changing the application. They've deleted a variance, and they have a new updated zoning review, and they want to.
Where it's frustrating for us is it's always this misdirection, because we received this about 2.5 weeks ago in the mail. And I've started speaking to a lot of residents, and a third of the area are still Portuguese citizens that don't speak any English well. And I'm Portuguese myself. So as I explained to them what was going on, and a lot of them, because of their age, could not make it even here today. And I found the same issue about 5 years ago, different matter, when the city tried to change the direction of HALTON Street from a one-way, the way it is now, to a two-way inverting into Given Street. I got over 500.
Right,
I
through
had
the
over 500
chair.
signatures.
Yeah,
No,
so
but I mean,
we're
and-
focused on this committee of adjustment application
No,
at the
no, sure,
moment,
sure,
and
but
we
I
hear
would've-
you, but there's also the option to speak online, so it's a hybrid hearing, so there's virtual and there's in person. And if the applicant is making changes to their application, that is their deferral request. So that's why it's up for the members to consider their deferral request and
Sure.
just ask you if you support the deferral, yes or no.
Got it. Well, that's fine, but I mean, somebody still has to hear.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
and I don't mean to be rude, but at this point, the question is essentially,
Got it.
are you in favor or not? So, I beg you keep hitting this thing, so that we can move on. The applicant has the right to request a deferral. They may be making changes, and so that's the request before us.
So then that's why we get contacted again to see what these changes are.
Exactly.
So,
From,
so just to be clear, so they're gonna defer, they're gonna send out paperwork
Yeah.
again. In order to be included in the consultation, do we have to submit a written letter?
To be consulted by the agent you're talking
Yes.
about?
Yeah.
That is what he will be, he or she or whoever the agent is, that's what they've said they'll do. We hope that that's what they will do.
Okay.
So assuming that they do, you'll be consulted and you'll have some feedback at that
Yeah,
point.
we have to, okay, then we agree to their deferral, I guess, yeah.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarni Kumar Singh. I live at 253 Dover Court Road.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Can I just ask, if I agree to a deferral, sorry, if I don't agree to a deferral, does that mean that there is a chance that we will get to speak on our opposition today?
It depends on the committee's decision subsequently
Okay.
to either accept the request for a deferral or not.
Okay. And then, is there any way to know if the zoning changes that are being listed by the agent affect the Maynard Nursing Home property?
Not at this point. It's not within our purview to be able to give that information to, we don't know.
Okay, and when the agent has made these changes, will that information be posted publicly?
It should be an amended zoning notice. A notice will go out again.
Okay, and then also I want to know, so the agent, similar question to the previous group before me, the agent mentioned that they want to contact people in opposition. Now, if I'm not contacted, is there a way that I can reach out to the agent to present that information? Because up until now, I wasn't even contacted prior to this moment. I was only informed by neighbors that this hearing was happening, and knowing that we're already at the state that it's currently in, I'm very concerned that it's
Through the
being
chair,
pushed.
so all the information for the application is on the Application Information Center website online, so that will have the agent's contact information, as well as this recording. You've stated your name and address for the record.
Yes,
So the agent will also have your information to be in contact with you.
okay, and if they're not in contact, I'm allowed to contact them
Yes.
directly? Okay, all that being said, I am not in favor of a deferral.
Thank you very much for your input. Do we have any other folks in the audience?
Through the chair, the rest of the speakers are online, so we will move to the online speakers.
Thank you.
William Whipple, owner and resident at 20 Alton Street, adjacent to the project.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Whipple. Again,
Hello, thank you for this wonderful opportunity for everyone to share.
thank you.
Because we,
I just wanted to
because
again-
as one of the previous speakers mentioned, this has happened in less than 2.5 weeks without any community outreach at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, those are things that are not in the control of the
Recognize that,
adjustment.
and I'm going to tell you my answer to your question.
Yes, thank you so much.
And I'm not going to bloat it up with stuff that is not important.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to talk to the representative.
Excellent.
No, their email that has been posted is inaccurate. There has been no outreach to me at all. All I need is a business card in my mailbox, and I'll call them. So, I am in favor of the deferral. As I understand my neighbors would like to have an opportunity to speak today, I think it's best that I've been here 26 years. I know pretty well most of the folks around here. My personal opinion is accept the deferral.
Mr. Whipple, I do apologize for interrupting you, but we have a number
Fine.
of folks in opposition, and all we want is an answer to either yes or no, and you've given us a yes. I do thank you for that.
Yes, and I thank you for this hearing and for your hard work and for trying to protect the spirit of Halton Street, which is a very special street in our city. Thank you. I will mute myself now and listen to my neighbors.
Thank you very kindly. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is
Hi,
Noreen.
good morning.
Good morning. This is Noreen Halpern. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Halpern. I can hear you perfectly. The name
I
and
live
address,
at,
please.
yes, I live at 118. I own the home, 118 Givens.
Thank you. And
I am in favor of a deferral, provided that the agent can give us contact information, how we can get in touch with them.
I believe our Deputy Secretary Treasurer has already indicated that that information will be available, I believe, on our website.
So I'd like Matthew to just speak and confirm that everyone who wants to get in touch with the agent will be able to have a discussion, and then I am happy to agree to a deferral.
I'm sorry, but the agent will be speaking subsequent to our determination of whether people in opposition are either in favor or not in favor. And he's been listening to you, so hopefully he'll provide the information you're requesting.
Sorry, can he not just get online and say, yes?
No, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but that's not the way the process works. But thank you. Do we have the next person in line?
Through the chair, staff is just pulling up the next speaker.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Jennifer Horvath, 20 Gibbon Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wonder if we might again just address the question at hand. Are you?
Yes, of course. I'm in favor. I'm in favor of a deferral.
Thank you so very kindly. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Through the chair, that's all the speakers on the line.
Thank you so much. I wonder if we could get the agent back online, Mr. Lang.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Lang. You've listened to the folks that have spoken?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we go into committee to make a decision?
No, other than to 100% confirm that I will be getting the list of speakers today from the committee and all contact information, and we will set up either individual meetings or a group meeting for discussion. Absolutely commit to that if this deferral is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. So I think we should go into committee now. Ms. Volpe?
So with regards to the request, I think, and listening to all the concerns and neighbors, I think we should grant a deferral because this application, I have a concern about the public consultation, and this issue came up more than once. So I think it's important that we have an opportunity, for the applicant to consult with neighbors. Okay, and I would probably add a condition to for the applicant to include extensive community outreach.
And hopefully he's indicated that as well.
But,
are there any other comments that anybody would like to make? Any colleagues? No? Would you like to turn that into a motion, Ms. Volpe?
Yeah, I would like to bring a motion to grant a deferral.
Seconder? Okay.
With the condition of a community
I'm not
consultation.
sure if we can add that as a condition or not.
Through the chair, that would be the reason for the deferral, and we can add a for the record note, just reiterating the extensive community consultation should occur, encouraged by members.
Thank you. Seconder? Mr. Wilkins? Mr. Wilkins is seconding. All in favor? Thank you. The vote carries. The application is deferred. Any other items, Madam Deputy Secretary, or do we go to the first item now?
Through the chair, there's no more deferral requests I see for the morning agenda, so we can move to the agenda item number 1.
Thank you. Bear with me. I'm just going to go down to item number 1. Okay. Agenda item number 1 is number 22, Close Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 23-story apartment building by converting the existing ground floor storage space into habitable space, one-bedroom units. There will be a total of 294 residential units and 300 parking spaces, 264 which will be underground, and 36 surface spaces at grade on this lot. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, tree inventory report, and by the agent. And I think there was, email correspondence from transportation and a staff report from Metrolinx. And that's all that we have. I wonder if we could have the agent online? Or
I am the agent, Richard Idels. Can you hear me? Richard Idels, architect, OAA, 80 North Meadow Crescent, Thornhill, Ontario.
Thank you, Mr. Idels. I don't think, bear with me a second, I'm just going to ask my colleagues if anybody needs a presentation or not. Anybody need a presentation?
Through the chair, for the record, there are no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Idels, we don't require a presentation. It looks fairly straightforward. There's only one variance that is before us. So I'm going to take it into committee and ask for our colleagues to put in any comments they might have or come up with a motion.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition of the Metrolinx warning condition. Dated, the report date is November 13, 2024.
Thank you, Ms. West. A seconder? Ms. Volpert, thank you. All those in favor? It carries unanimously, Chair, Madam. Okay. Yes, certainly.
With regards to the warning clause, I'm just, it's, do we have to put it as a condition?
That is, I think,
Yeah, it's a clause, right? So it has to be there.
That's a condition, rather than an advisory note. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Item number 2 is 194 Carlton Street. Bear with me. 194 Carlton Street, purpose of the application, to convert the existing 2.5-story semi-detached mixed-use building into a 3-unit dwelling, a triplex. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, which were received October the 4th, 1 photograph of the subject property streetscape, received November 13th, and email correspondence between Mr. Rubinoff, who's the agent, and the planner, community planning department. I wonder if we could have Mr. Rubinoff online, or in, I don't know if you can.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr.
Yes.
Rubinoff. How are you?
Good morning. How are you, sir?
Well, thank you. I don't believe we've got 2 variances before us. They look fairly straightforward. Is there anything you'd like to add before I take it into committee and ask my committee members if they have any questions?
Sure. Well, it's an existing 2.5-story building. There's no intended work or additions to be done. It's just simply the use of the building to be as a triplex. And that's what our discussion with planning was, where they agreed that because there was no additional work or additions being done, that they were fine with the conversion of the building to a triplex. That's all.
Thank you. I think it was a case of internal alterations, if anything, and then the use, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we'll take it into committee unless my colleagues have any comments or questions of you.
And through the chair, for the record, there are no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions, any discussion? Anybody like to put forward a motion?
I would like to put forward the motion to approve this application. It's a busy street, so it's good to have more dwelling units present, so I would like to approve it. I don't see any conditions, planning is okay with that,
Thank you. Do you have a second, Ms. McKay?
I'll second that motion to approve with our condition.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Application has been approved unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Robinoff. Item 3 has been deferred. Moving on to item number 4. Item number 4. Item number 4, 234 Browning Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial front one-story addition, a solarium. Also to construct a one-story ancillary building, a detached garage, in the front yard. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 2 photographs of trees on the subject property received July 24th, 24. An arborist report received July 24th as well. And presentation materials from Shahid Nanavati agent received on November the 15th. There's a staff report, urban forestry, and an advisory report from Metrolinx. I wonder if we could have Mr. Nanavati on, if he's not here, could we have him online?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Shahid Nanavati, and I am from 1304 Woodbine Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Nanavati.
Through the chair, we do have a registered speaker for this item listed in concern on the line.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Fang?
Yeah, this is Shahid.
Sorry.
Shahid?
We're trying to get in touch with the person in, that expressed concern.
Para volver a escuchar su mensaje, oprima 1. Para borrar y volver.
Through the chair, it appears that this speaker is not on the line. Staff will make one more attempt to reach them.
Thank you.
And for the record, we are trying to reach the occupant of 16 Old Primrose Lane.
Uno, 9, 7, 8.
Through the chair, we are unable to reach the speaker after multiple attempts at 16 Old Primrose Lane. So we can go back to the agent.
Thank you. And perhaps, Agent Mr. Nanavati, I wonder if you could provide a short presentation, since we did have a person in expressing concern.
Sure, sure. I have given a small presentation to the committee. I'll go through it quickly and answer any questions that the committee has for me.
Thank you.
So primarily the variances requested are the existing conditions are already showing that we are beyond the zoning limits anyways. We are stuck with one major issue, that is the previous committee of adjustments order that was given. If you look at the page 3 over there, if you go down onto page 3 of this presentation, you'll see that the plan is shown over there, and the limitation of our particular property, where here further down on the next page. Yes. So we are stuck with a common or the right of way over there, that although that belongs to us, we have the part one has a right of parking its car and everything, of pedestrian travel as well, on this in this red area. So we could not have any other choice but to put our car park behind this red line that you see. So that's how we started getting our the zoning issues. Although there's a tree over there, we've given an arborist report and we are protecting that tree in every possible way. We are doing extra expense by putting the whole garage on multiple pin foundations, the helical pile ones, so that the tree doesn't get damaged. We are taking care of that part as well. And if you look at our particular property, if you just move the plan a little upwards, yes, if you look at our property, that's the house that we have. We have got no setback anywhere around it except at the front. So we are stuck with in a catch-22 situation. So we had to put the the garage at the front, as well as the tiny solarium that we are applying for at the front in that open space. So because of our the limitations, we had to come and request to the committee to give us the various variances.
Thank you. If I can just make a comment, when I was looking at this particular application and the location of the house, I had a bit of difficulty actually finding it. And then I realized that the actual house is set right back adjacent to the lane at the rear. And so it makes it an extremely unusual property. And I think that's something that has to be taken into account. Let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions of you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions at all? Ms. Volpe?
With regards to the parking conditions, at the moment, where do the owner park?
Oh, they're parking in part two as such at the moment. So sorry, I'm sorry, I'll correct myself. The neighbor of part one is parking in part two, and our current owner is parking behind the red line, but without right below the tree. So the car really gets spoiled because of a lot of bird droppings as such. So we need a garage to protect the car as well. And the branches also keep damaging the car.
Can you just explain, if you don't mind? I think I saw something about the garage being placed on, what is it?
Helical piles. Helical piles.
Helical pile?
Yes.
Do you want to just talk about that a bit? Because I think that
Sure.
might add some credence to the application.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you go to the plans that are there, that are submitted, not the presentation, the plan itself. The CA plans in
I believe it may be page A7.01.
So yeah, and yeah, if you look at the site plan itself, it'll give you a very good idea how we are managing that. Yeah, the third page, if you go down. Yeah, if you go a little up, you'll get it as well.
Oh, it's loading.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, if that's the existing tree, and that's the existing lot in the gray area. We can't do anything about it. And so what we've done is we've brought our garage where that tree is. On the next page, if you go down, that's how we are managing the garage and the tree on helical piles. So I'll give you further understanding of it in the next few plans. Yeah, if we go down further.
I think further down.
Yeah. Yeah, A202. Sheet number A202, yeah. No, I think that's not our plan. Yes, if you could just scroll down. Yes, that's that. Yeah, yeah. Even if you could zoom on the upper end of that particular building. Yeah. Next plan. Yes. Yes, this one. If at all we could zoom in A202 on that small section that we have. Yes. So what we've done is that we've taken the whole garage on helical piles over here and turned it along with the tree, after getting our advice from the arborist how to protect the tree. So we are putting the whole garage on pins over here on helical piles.
And I take it there's no excavation involved and
No,
thereby not disturbing the roots.
no excavation is going to be done, and the arborist is going to stand there during construction to see that the tree is not damaged at all, because the owner loves that tree, so she's very careful about it too.
It's a most interesting approach. I just wanted to ask one more question. Currently, the entire driveway, if I can call it that, is covered in gravel.
Yes.
I take it that will remain permeable?
Yes, it is. They've not done any tarmac on that as yet, and they're not going to do it too. So that will remain permeable, but we cannot grow grass on it because of the instrument that we have. That place is given by the previous Committee of Adjustments in 2021 for car park.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions that anybody has? No? Mr. McKay?
Since you mentioned a tree, I see that the city's urban forestry is proposing a condition. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely, no issues at all.
Any other questions, anybody? I think this is, thank you, Mr. Nanavati, the most interesting approach to making sure that the trees is protected. And it is a very unusual lot. It's the first thing that struck me when I was trying to find and locate this particular property. We have five variances before us. Most of them seem to be fairly minor. So I don't think any of my colleagues have any other questions. So perhaps I'll ask for a motion if anybody would like to put forward a motion.
Sure, I can. No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilkin.
Oh, I was going to say I sort of agree with what you're suggesting. A lot of these variances are driven by the unique lot structure. It sounds like the owner is willing to keep the pavers permeable or the driveway permeable, which will mitigate the softscape variance that's requested. And I think the design makes sense in terms of protecting the tree, and with the condition of forestry too, there's a further guarantee that the tree will be protected. So all in all, I see it as not having much impact, and so I believe it meets the 4 tests. So my motion would be to approve with forestry condition 2, and if others agree, another condition to keep the driveway permeable.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. So we have a motion in front of us, condition with one condition, which is the forestry condition, and the other is to make sure that the existing driveway remains permeable. A seconder? Okay, Ms. West has seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Vote carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nanavati. It's approved. Okay, and now item number 5. Oops. Item number 5, 932 Greenwood Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, cantilevered at the front, a rear two-story addition, a new covered front porch with stairs. The existing front porch will be demolished. A front second-story balcony and a rear ground floor deck. Also to construct a front yard parking pad. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, received August 13th, covering letter from Mr. Alexander Zitko, I hope I pronounced it correctly, the agent, tree protection site plan, declaration of use form affecting the subject property. We've also had correspondence from Devon Stops, people in concern or expressing concern or interest, and Mr. Mark Fung of Greenwood Avenue. Opposition, we have correspondence in opposition from Vivian Stone of 934 Greenwood Avenue, received on the 13th of November. I wonder if we could have the agent online, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent in person, and we
wonderful.
also have a speaker here in concern in person as well for this item.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the Committee of Adjustment members. Do you hear me well? Yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Julia Jitkova. I am wife of Alexander Jitkov, who is the owner and applicant. So I would like to say a couple of words. Because as soon as we start working on the preparing the documents for this project, we intended to fully follow all applicable rules and regulations, and that's why we worked with the tree department, urban forestry department, and parking department. We installed 2 tree fences and got the clearance letter from the tree department. We had to open a fast-track permit number 24169086 to relocate the gas meter according to satisfy the requirements of the parking department. So in terms of the minor variance that we're requesting, we believe they're really minor in nature, because it's just a small piece. It doesn't change the construction. It still will be a 2-story house, just a little less area. And to strengthen our application, we looked through the Committee of Adjustment approval for the past 10 years within 500 meters from the property, and we found that more than 100 properties have been approved for the similar minor variance, and those properties were allocated in R, RD, or RS zones. Because our property is in RS zone, we put a close look on the what has been approved in RS zone, and I prepared the table that was also submitted to with our application, that since 2021, over 30 properties in RS zone have been approved for the similar variance. Again, if you are going to numbers, the lot coverage, we are permitted 35%. We are requesting 40.6% lot coverage. But over the 30 properties that have been approved, it was up to 97% or 77% coverage was approved. In terms of floor space index, what we also requesting to go a little higher. So by law, it's allowed 0.75%. Our property, we requesting 0.83%. up to 0.94, 1.1, 1.9 have been approved since 2021 in the RS zone. Based on all this consideration, we believe that this minor variance we're requesting doesn't change the character of the neighborhood, and we believe that our project actually satisfies 4 tests for minor variances, as it aligns with the intent of the zoning bylaw, respects the character of the neighborhood, and will not adversely impact adjacent properties. Thank you for considering this application, and we really hope for the positive response.
Thank you very much. You still had 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Well done.
I value your time.
Please don't leave just yet. I think we have somebody in opposition. Are they online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have somebody in concern in person, so they can come up to the podium.
So perhaps if you can take a seat, please, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for being here.
It's been a pleasure.
Name and address, please.
Mark Fung, 934 Greenwood Avenue.
Wonderful.
For the record, Vivian Stone lives there as well. She submitted the opposition form, so she asked for you to consider her request too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did somebody bring up my PDF form? Yeah, thank you. Could you please magnify a bit? Well, thank you, Mr. Kusiku, if I pronounce your name correctly. Welcome to the humble East York neighborhood. Yeah. My concern is, if you look at the drawing, picture Exhibit B, if you scroll down here, I have 4 south-facing windows, and I'm on the north side of the property, 932. So erecting such a structure would block all the light. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could somebody scroll up, please? And also the gap for servicing my eaves trough is very tight. The 932 separates 934 by about 2 feet. So I'm kind of concerned that how I can surface the eaves trough. And so I proposed, we all, want to expand the space. I understand that. So I'm wondering whether the new front second story, you can pull back a bit so that I have light blocking. Well, I still have windows blocked, but some of them I would have some light, At the same time, you still have your second story to the front, okay? Could somebody bring up the PDF? Just scroll up, yeah, more, yeah. So that's my proposal, pull back by 12 feet for the front. This is, by the way, I just get the drawing from the site. It's not my, please scroll up more. So this is my backyard. So the proposal would erect a 2-story huge extension. The current property has 3.7 meter extension. So the proposal would add another 4.7 meter and 2 stories. So that would block all the light at the back. And my family spent a lot of time outside, and you can see these pictures of light. And erecting, now that's just a single story, the second picture there. And erecting a 2-story extend 4.7 meter. I will be in darkness. I need Renaissance. Okay, could you please scroll up? Yeah. So this is my concern. If you look at the drawing, this is again from the survey submitted. So I calculated, if you add that new structure, they're using up about 40% of the backyard. Okay, that's substantial. So again, if you scroll up more. So again, we need space. I understand you want to build something. So I propose for the back extension, instead of 2-story, do a 1-story, okay? And that window, I don't think we need it, because it would invade privacy on my side. So And the parking side, we have a very valuable tree on the front, and this is right in front of 932 Greenwood. And that tree actually has been there before I moved in. And I lived at 934 for 21 years. Thank God. It's a lovely place. So we all like green space, and the tree is very pretty. So the parking there, the proposal is very tight. And I'm worried that people moving in and out may damage that city tree. And as Mr. Devins mentioned that as well. So, and the drainage, when I look at the drawing, I didn't see any downspouts of the proposed story, the two-story addition. So I'm kind of concerned about where the rainwater would drain.
Mr. Fung, I think you're just running out of time. If you can
Okay.
start wrapping up, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The final part is about safety. Currently, there is a barrier erected between my house and 932, and it's not tied down. So during windy days, this thing flops over. I have asked Mrs. Sicko to tie it down, and as we speak today, it's still sitting like this. I'm concerned about property damage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation,
Thank you.
Mr. Fung. Thank you. I don't believe we have any other speakers, Madam Secretary, Treasurer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no other speakers for this item. We can go back to the agent.
Agent, I wonder if you might join us again. Thank you. I wonder if you could just please address the concerns that have been raised.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, for giving me some time to respond. As soon as we moved in, we were talking to Mr. Fang, and looks like we had pretty good relationship because he even brought us water to drink. That's why we're surprised that he has some concern that he did not expect directly to us. Yeah, he mentioned about the tree, but we said we put the tree barrier, tree fence, and it's pretty small tree and pretty wide fence, and we did it the first thing we moved in, just to put the fence there. And we hope that he's satisfied. Moreover, he, in his letter of objection, he expressed his concern about eavesdrop, and that we also knew. That's why when we talked to him, we said, as soon as we start doing second floor, we will fix your eavesdrop. We wanted to be a good neighbor. We wanted to provide all possible service, because we understand that for neighbors it's not easy. We never worked after hours. We always try to be very considerate. That's why, again, moreover, we did flat roof for the house. Also, do not interfere with his privacy and again, to make it happen. So, again, the exceeded floor space that we requesting, that beyond the rules, the zoning by law, it's only 22 square meters. It means 200 square feet. What Mr. Fine said about 4.7 meters. Or anyway, so big area, it's just allowed by law. We don't do anything that's beyond the allowed by law. So 22 meters, it's actually overhang and the front porch. Yeah, if it's not allowed, for sure it's pity, but it does not change the backyard. Backyard will be still the same. This was to address these concerns.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Colleagues, is there anybody, any questions that you have of the applicant? Ms. Volpet?
With regards to your neighbor's concern about privacy, that's, I think, on the right side, you have this window.
No, we don't have any windows that will be close to the neighbors.
Oh, okay.
No, this is the no window, no opening wall. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Any other questions? Comments? No? I'm sorry, you've had your time, Mr. Fung. Sorry, I do apologize. I'm talking to my colleagues now. Everybody okay? Mr. McKay?
Well, what's your response to the gentleman who is concerned that light is going to be blocked in light for, I think, up to 4 windows when you put that second story on?
This is a 25-feet lot. What can we do with that? And again, in terms of setbacks, we also follow bylaws. We don't ask anything that, and in terms of drainage too, that is what it is. We all have 25 feet lot. What can we do? We try to not to, like, intrude his privacy, because that's why we don't have any windows. That's all we could do. But again, we follow the regulations on setbacks, side setbacks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other questions?
Just to clarify about the window, because I see it on the drawing like A6, it shows a new window.
It is in the niche, yeah, it is in the niche.
Yeah, and I think that's the window that your neighbor was concerned about, you know, in terms of privacy.
Sorry, it was in the niche. I was, is it that one, that side? Okay, we can.
Yeah,
we
so
can
this,
deal with
you know,
it,
it's
yeah.
a right, it's like it's a north side, right? And it's looking into your neighbor's backyard,
Just one
basically,
second.
right?
Yeah, we can remove it. Yeah, if it's such much concern, yeah, we can remove it. It's not.
So you would be willing to?
Yeah,
address this
just
concern?
to
Okay.
keep people happy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Volpe.
Okay.
And that could be a possible condition that we could attach, depending on the decision that the committee makes. I'd just like to note that this is what I would call a fairly reasonable application, because there are only two variances that are being requested. Everything else is as of right.
Yeah.
I think we need to look at the two variances and determine whether they're minor or not. So I'd like to perhaps take this into committee now and look for some comments and from my colleagues. Any thoughts? Mr. Wilkins? Oh, sorry, Ms.
Yes,
West.
to you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, this is, we are having only two variances. One of them lot coverage, which is minor, 40.6% versus 35%. And the FSI, they ask 0.83 times versus 0.75. Both of them is very minor, and I appreciate that that the owner trying to talk with the neighbor and consult with them and even help them on some of their things that they ask as an improvement to their property. For that windows, which is looking to the neighbor's property, we can propose that will be a translucent, or we can have opaque glass. I think opaque glass will be a better, so that they can get some light in, but it won't affect the neighbor's privacy. That's what I think, and if there is no other comment from my colleague, I can put forward a motion. No comments? If there's no other comments, so therefore I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition, that the window on, it was on north. The window on the north side will be opaque.
Yeah, and the drawing number is A6, so perhaps we could reference that.
Drawing number A6. So that window will be opaque, so that the neighbor also can have some lights at the same time the neighbor gets some privacy. That will be my motion. Yeah, no other condition.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Wilkins, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you. Application's carried. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir, for coming. And now moving on to item number 6. Item number 6 is 83 Perth Avenue. Purpose of the application is to legalize and maintain the rear second floor addition, which was a conversion of the existing rear second floor deck into habitable space. Pardon me. And the rear dormer third floor addition that were constructed without an authorized building permit. Also, to permit the reconstruction of a rear third floor rooftop deck previously constructed without an authorized building permit and since removed. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, copy of engineering plans, 16 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from Jasmine Sehich, if I pronounced that correctly, who's the applicant, received on the 26th of September. List of comparable committee of adjustment approvals, order to comply, doesn't have a date on it, but it was an order to comply as well. I believe there are a few letters or correspondence from people in support. I don't see anybody in opposition to this particular one. There's an advisory staff report also from Metrolinx. I wonder if we could have the agent online.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, you there?
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Duncan Patterson, 293 Wallace Avenue, OA.
Thank you. Very well, thank you. I think before us we have, it's a fairly straightforward application. You're talking about legalizing a situation, and if I remember correctly, your covering letter provided some context to this one. Could you perhaps just give us a very brief, some brief comments as to how this came to be?
Absolutely. So my client, Yaz Sehich, his parents constructed these two things. One was the second floor. They enclosed the deck on the second floor, and the third was a third floor dormer. And they did this about 20 years ago. And they did receive some orders to comply over the years. Unfortunately, one of the owners suffered a severe stroke, and it has taken them some time to pull together all the stuff they needed in order to start making the building permit applications to legalize. And of course, they then realized they had to come here, and here we are.
Thank you. Let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. Any questions, folks? Nope.
Just a quick
Please
question.
go ahead.
So,
Sure.
So the construction, the one that have been built without permit, was built in 20 years ago, around 20 years ago. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Built by parents, I believe.
Yes.
The challenges parents put us to. I think your application is fairly straightforward, and what we'd like to add is merely for the record that the committee doesn't necessarily approve of projects that have been undertaken without permission, so we'll add that in. I personally don't see any issues with this particular application, so I'll look to my colleagues and see if anybody has a motion or some comments. Ms. Volpet?
I think, again, it's a straightforward application, and it looks minor, and again, I agree with about the note that, we should not construct, any or make any alterations without a permit. But in this case, I move a motion forward to approve it. I don't see any conditions here, and so that's.
Thank you. Ms. West, second. Thank you very kindly. Ms. West has seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. You have your approval. Now, moving on to item number, number 7. Item number 7 is 486 Northcliffe Boulevard. Purpose of the application: to construct a new 3-story detached 4-plex dwelling with a rear basement walkout entry, rear balconies on the first, second, and third floors, and a front third floor balcony. The existing ancillary building, the detached garage, will be maintained. The existing one-story detached dwelling will be demolished. Pardon me. There will be 4 dwelling units on the lot. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, which were received on November the 5th, 2024. Revised zoning notice received November the 5th, 2024. Revised public hearing notice issued on November the 5th, 2024. 4 photographs of trees on the subject property received on August the 17th, 2024. And a covering letter from Noam Hazan, agent, received on September the 16th, 2024. There's only one piece of correspondence in support from Mr. Ronaldo Boni.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent on the line, and staff are also presenting the revised public hearing notice on the screen. That includes the 5 variances. This was mailed out to the public within the statutory timelines of the Planning Act, and we have that notice on the screen before you, and we can move to the agent. There are no registered speakers.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Noam Hazan of 976 Glencairn Avenue, and I am the agent representing the owner of this property.
Thank you, Mr. Hazan. I don't think, I'm not sure, colleagues, would you like a little presentation? Okay, yeah, well, since we've got some changes, I wonder if you might just go through those.
Sure. So really the change that we did, we added, actually if you pull up the drawings, the latest set of drawings before we go into the presentation, we basically added a bedroom on the 3rd floor to the top unit. That didn't actually trigger any variances, but what happened was the zoning examiner noticed 2 other variances related to the, I guess, the same original application that were now included in this latest set. If you actually, you can stay on this, actually, sorry, if you go back, you can stay on that document. I can go through what those are. You know what, let me show you first, go to the 3rd floor of the plan, and I'll just show you the bedroom that we added. Yeah, there we go. So that area is actually above the floor below. So the top floor is inset, and then the area of bedroom 2 is actually set over the bedroom below. So that was what we added. But if we go to the presentation, under presentation materials, and you just scroll down a couple of slides. Keep going, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Okay, here we go back. Sorry. Previous slide. Sorry, it's page. Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly. So the 2 new ones that were added is variants 2 and 3, and they both relate to the same bylaw under 10.5.4.40.52. I guess it wasn't captured in the original review. So those are the additional 2 variances basically under this application. If you go to the next slide, please. So as you can see, everything is basically related to the northern setback. We've maintained the existing location of the setback based on the original building. We were going to do a renovation and sort of do an interior renovation, and comply with the, maintain the existing side yard setbacks, but the building was in too bad condition to do that, and there was a fire in the previous building, so we weren't able to do it as a alteration, so we have to demolish it and rebuild. But again, we've maintained the side yard setbacks. We've improved it in certain areas, and on the south side, where the neighbor has provided a letter of support, we've actually also improved it by 9.5 inches as well. Yeah, I mean, you can continue going if you'd like a bit more information. Yeah, so you can see the condition of the house. You can see the smoke signs on the smoke markings on the original building. If you continue to the next slide. So the areas highlighted in pink really are the ones that are being triggered by this application, essentially. And it's because of the location of the side yard setback that's triggering these various variances. You can keep going to the next slide, please. This is the letter of support from the neighbor. We did try and reach out to other neighbors. We didn't hear back. So it seems like nobody is contesting this. Next slide, please. Here's an example, an image, rendering of the property. There's a lot of references, a lot of similar size style properties in the vicinity of the building, in the area. Please keep going. Next slide. Sorry. Go back a slide, back to that previous slide. Oh, this seems to be missing. Oh, it was in the cover letter. Actually, no problem. So basically, there's a lot of precedence as well for the short side yard setbacks in that neighborhood as well. And if you wanted to open the cover letter, I could show you that. It's on the most recent cover letter that we shared. I don't believe it's this one. No, it's the next one. Was that included in the? It's on a different. It's not this document. I don't believe. It doesn't seem like it was added to. Oh, there at the top. At the top. Oh, no, sorry. No, it doesn't seem like it was added into your files. But regardless, there are a number of properties in the area that have very similar side yard setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hassan, I think if we can just go through the variances that we've got in front of us, because I don't certainly see a copy of the additional variances that I believe you
Through the chair, it's in the supplemental package.
Okay.
So the revised notice that was mailed out to the public, and you have it in your supplemental package. And staff can put that notice on the screen again, the revised notice.
Okay.
Right, so the two new ones that were basically added on the most recent notice is number 2 and number 3. And they're both relating to the 1.2 meter setback. Yeah, exactly.
Good, thank you. I think staff has captured all the changes and additions. It looks like it's a fairly reasonably straightforward application. I don't see anything major. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any comments or questions of you. Ms. Volpert has a question.
I have a couple of questions. First, just to clarify, the northern outline, does it follow the original foundations, as you mentioned?
Yes, should do, yeah.
Okay, so you didn't widen it, from the...
No, we haven't increased the setback in any way. We've actually reduced it wherever we've been able to.
Okay, and I can see on the, drawings that the third floor balcony, on the north side, it has the privacy screening, right? Is it correct?
On the third floor, yeah. I don't know if we
A6,
specifically.
drawing A6.
A6. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we will be willing to have it as a condition?
Sure.
Okay.
Just on that note, I wonder if both sides of the balcony require privacy screening and to prevent overlook?
There's a bedroom on the
Okay, so one side would be sufficient.
Yeah, we can certainly do that and include that as a condition.
Thank you. And I don't think there's anything. The second floor, it's merely a landing from what I can see at the rear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the second floor there is a balcony as well at the rear.
Is it a balcony that people will be utilizing in terms of sitting and enjoying the sunshine?
I mean, practically, it's not really wide enough to be utilized as a balcony. It says balcony on there, but it's 3 feet wide. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not really a functional balcony. It's more of a platform to enter and exit.
Yeah, I think it's the third floor that is probably more challenging in terms of overlook. So we could add that as a condition that we have privacy screens on both sides. Let me just see if my colleagues have any other questions or concerns. Other than Ms. Volpet?
Yeah, just to clarify, you know, the revised plans on the third floor, on the south side, there is a bedroom, right? So you, you know, increase the bedroom size. So I'm just, you know, trying to, and the balcony, basically the side, you know, the northern side is on the only one that it needs privacy from what I understand. Is it
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't. The bedroom itself is providing that privacy. So you know, there's no. You wouldn't be able to see into the neighboring property from there anyway.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I think we've got one more question, Ms. West.
You presented one of your neighbors support your design. Is that neighbor located at the same side that you have the balcony?
It's on the southern side, that neighbor. We did reach out to the northern neighbor, but we didn't get any. We didn't hear back from them. My client left them a letter. They knocked on the door, left their phone number, so we never heard back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well,
thank you for your responses, Mr. Patterson. If there are no any other questions, I wonder if we could take it into committee and see what feedback we have. Ms. Volpert, Mr. McKay, Mr. Wilkins.
Yeah, right. So with the, I think this application is pretty straightforward, but you know, I see the design. Like I appreciate the setback, you know, built into the design, you know, from the third floor front, so it's not imposing. I would definitely add a condition of having this, you know, privacy screen on the third floor north side balcony. And other than that, I think I would bring a motion to approve the application.
Thank you, Ms. Volpert. Do we have a seconder? Mr. McKay, thank you. Mr. McKay seconds. So this is a motion to approve the application, pardon me, the revised application, and it would be as amended.
Through the chair, actually in this case, because the revised notice was mailed out in time to the public, it's not actually amended.
Thank you very much. So it would be the application, revised one that we received. And the only condition is that there be a privacy screen attached to the third floor on the north side. I think that covers it. Ms. Volpert, got it? Okay. All right, all those in favor? Mr. McKay, good. Thank you. We've got 4 people in favor. Any dissenters? 1. Thank you. Mr. Wilkins. So 4-1, the motion is carried, approved. Thank you. Moving on to number 8. Application number 8, item number 8 is 17 Bowden Street. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 1-story ancillary building, detached garage, pardon me, located at the rear of the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a complete 2nd-story addition. The ground level will contain 2 parking spaces. 1 garden suite will occupy a portion of the ground level and the entire 2nd level. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 5 photographs of the subject property received on August the 20th. Covering letter from Sasha Lee, agent, received on August the 18th. Presentation materials from the agent. Response to opposition from the agent. And staff report from Urban Forestry, 1 letter in support, and 2 items of opposition. One correspondence of opposition from Mr. Andrew Wong, the other materials, so it's just one person in opposition who sent correspondence and materials to this application. I wonder if we might have the applicant online.
Through the chair, we have the applicant in person as well as a number of speakers in opposition for this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lee. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
I wonder if you could just state your name and address, please.
Yes, absolutely. My name is Sasha Lee of 1365 Stave Bank Road. I am the agent acting on behalf of my clients at 17 Bowden Avenue. As you mentioned already, it is to request some variances for a garden suite application.
I think we might need a presentation because we've got a
Yeah,
person in
let's
opposition.
do it.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. If you could pull up the presentation. Yep, that's the one. Thank you. For some reason, our first photo isn't loading properly there. You can see, you can't actually see it, but there is, yes, okay, now you can. You can see in the top photo here, this is the existing 4-car garage located at the rear of my client's property at 17 Bowden Avenue. It is a 160-foot long lot. We are proposing to modify the existing footprint of that to be a 2-car garage plus a garden suite. The majority of the variances that we're asking for are formalizations of existing non-conforming conditions. We wanted to use the existing structure to minimize the construction impact both on our client's property as well as surrounding properties. If you go to the second page, you can see here the variances that we are asking for. There are actually 6 of them. 2 of them are related to setbacks, but we're kind of putting them in the same column here. The first variance that we're asking for is the soft landscaping. Yeah, you can go down to the next one. Thank you. The first variance that we are asking for is a soft landscaping. This is actually an improvement upon the existing condition. If you flip to the next page, you can see the existing condition here shows only 37.12 meters squared or 17.5% soft landscaping. What we're proposing to do, if you can please scroll back up, is increase that to 36.7% soft landscaping. Sorry, up instead of down. Up one more. Yes, so this is our proposed rear yard, which has increased the soft landscaping by more than double. The other design intervention that we're planning on doing here is permeable pavers for the actual driveway surface itself, which is right now an asphalt driveway. If we go, if you could scroll down by 2, yes, to the lot coverage variance. This again is to formalize an existing non-conforming condition of the ancillary building itself. The bylaw has permitted 60 meters squared. We are asking for 74.5. Again, this is the actual footprint of the existing garage, which we are utilizing for the garden suite itself. If you could scroll down one more. 2 of the variances that we are asking for are for setbacks, both the side yards and the rear yard setback for this property. Again, this is an existing non-conforming condition that we are asking for formalization of. You can see in this diagram, the existing building is the gray rectangle with the hash marks. The red rectangle is the as-of-right footprint that we would be allowed to build. We felt that based on our experience as well as consultation with our structural engineer, that we're minimizing impact during construction by using the existing footing and foundation of the garage instead of creating a new one during construction, which would obviously require shoring as well as more intervention at grade level. If we scroll down one more, you can see here that we're showing the as-of-right angular planes. So this is a front elevation of the garden suite. And we are maintaining both of the side angular planes of the garden suite, as well as the front angular plane requirement here. However, if we scroll down one more, the last variance that we are asking for is the rear angular plane. You can see that our diagram shows what the as-of-right is in the red dashed line there, a 4-meter angular plane. And we're asking again for the existing non-conforming condition. Yeah, sorry. If you scroll to the very bottom, you can see here the reason why. One more, very bottom. You can see here the reason why we're asking for that rear one is it would significantly impact the head height at the second level. Thank you so much for your time and your patience.
No problem. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in person in opposition? Yep. Okay, wonderful.
Just curious, are we allowed to hold the slide deck? Can we be the control for the slide deck?
No, you'll have to ask staff.
Good morning. It's still morning, I think, yes. Good morning. Could I get your name and address, please?
My name is Marcus Pratt from 102 Wolfrey Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt.
I'll be speaking on behalf of myself and Andrew Wong from 104 Wolfrey, and he's kindly agreed to cede his time to me. So
you have full 5 minutes.
No, I think
Supposed to be 10, right?
I understand 2 properties.
Let me just double check.
We were advised that that was entirely appropriate.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so it's 5 minutes per household?
So 5 and 5. 10, you've got it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to hear us today. We speak in opposition to the proposed variances on behalf of all 6 neighbors on Bowden, Wolfrey, and Hampton who have property that is adjacent to the 4-car garage that the owners are seeking to convert to a 2-story auxiliary building which would contain 1-bedroom apartment. These 6 households are the most directly impacted neighbors, and we all agree that the proposed variances would have a disproportionately significant impact on our lives. We're asking the committee today, and in our PowerPoint presentation that we have filed, to reject the proposed variances that we believe are not essential for the developer to meet their goals, but which would have a negative impact on the neighbors. We have produced in slide 9, you can see it there, the site plan that shows the locations of our properties and demonstrates that we are directly impacted by this application. The slide also shows the size of the existing 4-car garage and the rest of the property of 17 Bowden and how it dwarfs many of the properties around it. The size of the current property we acknowledge is not strictly relevant to the variance application. However, it is important context to understanding the impact of the variances and the construction of a 2nd story on the existing garage on the much smaller properties around it. As longtime residents of the city, we understand and fully support the need for increases in the city's housing stock. The owners are to be commended for looking to add housing by making use of the 4-car garage at 17 Bowden, which appears to be unused for many years. However, we believe this project could be realized without the need to build a 2nd story. All that would be sacrificed would be perhaps one of the two proposed parking spaces on the ground floor. This space dedicated to parking could be used for living space, obviating the need to expand upwards and eliminating the concerns of the near neighbors. It is our view that the proposed variances fail to meet the four-part test for approving variances that must be applied. They are not minor, they are not an appropriate form of development, and they are not necessary for the bylaw's support of garden suites and the city's plan for higher density housing. The magnitude of at least 4 of the 5 variances currently before the committee is not by any quantifiable measure, in our view, minor in its impact on families and at least 6 other households. By variance 2 and 3, the applicants are seeking to vary or really eliminate the side yard setback for the garden suite from the required 1.22 meters to 0 meters, and to vary the rear yard setback from 1.5 meters to 0.13 meters. By variance 5, they're seeking to increase the permitted floor space by an increase of nearly 25%. And with variance 4, they are seeking a variance of the angular plane requirements, which would provide additional floor space to the second floor of the proposed construction. We understand that with respect to the setback variances, the fact that there is an existing structure may make this allowable. However, approving these 4 variances would allow the developers to build a much larger second story on the existing 4-car garage while still only creating a 1-bedroom apartment, rather than being satisfied with simply providing needed housing and a 1-bedroom garden suite in the existing single-story structure. The height of the structure after proposed expansion would be 6 meters as compared with the existing 2.76 meters. This more than twofold increase in the height of a property so close to the existing properties would have a significant impact on the adjacent neighbors. In the case of 102 and 100 Wolfrey, you see the pictures there, the very small yards are going to be overwhelmed by this structure, since they themselves are only 6 meters long from the boundary line of the garage to the back of each house. The approval of these variances will significantly reduce the sunlight and clear sky view reaching the direct neighbors. We have provided at pages 13 to 16 of the presentation photos from our backyard, our living room, the second floor, which show how much of an impediment a second floor to the garage with no setback would be. There are similar impacts on 120 and 122 Hampton, which Dave will talk about, and there are photos at pages on the slide deck that show that as well. Approving these variances from the governing bylaws and restrictions that govern the building of garden suites changes the proposed construction into something more like, in our view, a house. The average 1-bedroom condo is 400 to 600 square feet. The proposal to take this project from 600 square feet to 850 square feet by adding a second floor, still creating only a 1-bedroom apartment is excessive and is at the expense of the well-being of surrounding neighbors. It is also unnecessary since the ground floor of the proposal includes 2 parking spaces which could be cut back and replaced with ground floor living space. In a neighborhood with street parking, dedicated bike lanes on the Danforth, a subway only 450 meters away, a supermarket 550 meters away, there's no need for a 2-car garage for a 1-bedroom garden suite. The variances are not qualitatively minor. In our presentation, you can see from the photos that show the 6 impacted neighbors have taken photos from their backyard and houses, which also show that the same perspective would be impacted by the proposed construction of a 2-story structure. The photos show dramatically how the resulting 2-story structure will tower over all the adjacent neighbors' much smaller gardens and backyards. They will greatly diminish our sky views and access to sunlight as we enjoy our backyards with friends and families and just look out of our back of our house. It will result, as shown in slide 19, a much darker view with significantly less light. In response to the In addition to the response provided by the developer on November 18th, we note that the proposed cladding on the south wall of the structure would mean adding materials to the side of our property line and impact the planter that we have there. And I refer you to slide 14 of 102. Moving beyond minor consequences of these variances, they are not also, in our view, appropriate. The photos show how much tree canopy and vegetation overlooks the existing garage and will not survive a second-story addition. There is a mature tree at 102 Wolfrey, 114 centimeters in its base, and only 2.5 meters from the garage that will be impacted. With respect to variance 1, they are asking for to provide 26% less soft landscaping. That will result in challenges to the ability of the property to facilitate water infiltration. Finally, the resulting two-story...
Start to wrap up.
Okay.
So you're going to use the entire 10, or you're doing... I beg your pardon for interrupting.
Through the chair. So when Mr. Pratt finishes his summary here, we can ask Mr. Wong if he has anything else to add.
Did I have 10 minutes, or? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our final point is that the change in the structure that's being proposed is very different from the adjacent neighbors in the neighborhood as a whole, and it's not an appropriate development given that the underlying goals of the bylaw for garden suites and the city plan to develop higher density housing can be achieved without such a dramatic change. Those are our comments, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting you.
No, no.
So through the chair, so just to clarify again for the record, it's 5 minutes to speak per household. So Mr. Pratt, you've had your time. So now Mr. Wong, is there anything else you want to add, or do you want to defer back to Mr. Pratt to speak on your behalf to add anything further?
Good morning. This is Andrew Wong from 104 Wilfrey. I personally already authorized Marcus to talk on behalf of me as well. So ultimately, just one last point. We just want to oppose for any variance that is proposed for this application. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Mr. Pratt, would you like to utilize a few more minutes?
So I was a little thrown because I looked at the time and I thought it started at 10 and it started at 5. But I think I might have rushed through some of my submissions, but I think you've got the gist of it. In summary, we would respectfully urge the committee to conclude that the need for more housing could be accommodated by the conversion of the large garage to a one-story, one-bedroom garden suite without the need for these variances, which, if approved, will result in the construction of a large two-story building, which will still only contain a single one-bedroom apartment. And thank you for your time again.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. But thank you kindly. Don't just rush off yet in case they make quick questions for you.
Certainly.
Colleagues, anybody have any questions? Nothing yet, nothing pressing. Okay, thank you very kindly.
Through the chair, we have another speaker here in person.
Thank you.
I could, sure, that's fine. Hi there, my name's Dave
Musical
DeVilliers.
chairs. Good morning, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Good morning, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name's Dave DeVilliers. I live at 122 Hampton Avenue. And
Thank you,
just
Mr.
as
DeVilliers.
and just as I get started here, I wanted to bring up from the submissions from that the applicants put in response to ours. Slide number 4 shows the picture from my yard, but from their own submissions, please. So I live at 122 Hampton Avenue with my wife and our 3-year-old son. I'm speaking on behalf of our family as well as our neighbor, Marika Arban, who lives at 120 Hampton Avenue. We form part of the group of 6 neighbors who are in opposition. I'm here to speak out against the variances that are being requested for the proposed garden suite at 17 Bowden Street. These variants have a direct negative impact on our property, as well as our neighbor Marika and the other 4 properties. The existing garage that the applicants want to develop is right on our property line. It marks the edge of our backyard, which we frequently use for our son to play, to have guests over, and for the general enjoyment of our house. We have no issue with a garden suite being built. We understand the need for more housing and more density in the city. However, this must be done in a way that does not negatively impact the neighboring properties. The zoning bylaws exist specifically for this reason. What the applicants are requesting here is to build a garden suite in a way that will solely benefit them at the expense of the 6 owners who have objected to these requests. In the current proposal, the garden suite will be much larger than the bylaws allow, will have 0 setback from our property, and will not comply with current angular plane requirements. Essentially, they want to build a large 2-story house with a 2-car garage right on our property line, ignore all the zoning requirements, and call it a garden suite. There are numerous ways this will affect us. Sorry, the picture I'm looking for is on their submission, please. Slide 4 of their response to ours. They filed a response to our submission. It's on slide 4 of their submission. I'll just continue on so I don't use my time. There are numerous ways this will affect us. The large house on our property line will have severe implications on the amount of sunlight we get in our yard as well as in our house. This is true for every single property that is registered our opposition. Yeah, that was it, thank you. The photos we submitted clearly show the impact this will have, and that's the one. The last one, please. One back. That's the one. So that's the view from my backyard. On the left side is the current view. On the right side is what they're proposing. Now, I would like to ask the applicants how that can in any way be considered as minor. So in addition to this picture that shows the sheer wall that will be at the back of my yard as well as Marika's, my neighbor, the construction will obviously be right on our property line, which means that we will be directly impacted by the noise, damage, and disruption this construction will bring. Any runoff from utility pipes as well as snow and rain falling off the roof will be directly into our backyard. The application states they want to add a second story to the existing garage. However, when you look at the condition of the garage, it is obvious the entire structure will have to be replaced. It is in very poor condition. So this is not an addition. This is an entirely new construction. As stated before, we're not against the construction of a garden suite that complies with the existing bylaws. However, these requested variances serve no purpose other than to maximize the financial gain for the applicants while negatively impacting at least 6 neighboring property owners. We struggle to see the justification for building on top of the existing garage footprint other than to maximize the size of the unit and ignore setback requirements. Taking into account the impact on the neighboring properties, we believe these variances cannot be justifiably described as minor. In addition, there's been zero effort on the part of the applicants to hear the concerns of the neighbors, nor to mitigate those concerns. None of us were consulted or informed about this project until we received a notice of the proposed construction, along with a form to sign to indicate our approval. This form came with no contact information. This happened in mid-September, which was nearly 6 months after the first proposal was sent to the city for approval. In the case of Marika, my neighbor, she did not even receive notice. I had to tell her about it. After receiving this notice, myself and Argyris Marangos from 19 Bowden Street sent a letter to the applicants advising them that we do not agree with the variances being requested, and we believe a garden suite can be built within the confines of the existing bylaws. We never received a response. Needless to say, none of the owners signed these approval forms, and none of us feel like there has been any concern shown regarding the impact this will have on our properties, nor do we feel like there has been any attempt to collaborate with us. We do note the sunlight study was submitted within the last 48 hours after we raised our concerns. However, it focuses on June 21st and December 21st at certain times of the day. The study is incomplete as city guidelines for a sun shadow study requires it to be done for March 21st and September 21st at hourly intervals. The submission does not fulfill these requirements. So thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns today. We respectfully request these variances be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. de Villiers. Anybody, any questions of Mr. de Villiers? Seeing none. Do we have any other folks coming up? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll ask the applicant, Ms. Leave, to please come up and respond to all the concerns that you've heard.
Can you just flip to the beginning of my counter? Thank you so much. I am sensitive to the neighbors' concerns, as are my clients. They actually did canvass and send out a package to surrounding properties, inviting them to engage in conversation to address any concerns. Unfortunately, the neighbors chose not to pursue this collaborative path, and instead we received the letter of opposition once our application became public. We did, however, receive 2 letters of support. Unfortunately, one of them didn't make the deadline. It was at 13 Bowden. It was received by us just 2 days ago, so it wasn't uploaded. The other one that was uploaded was from 13 Bowden Avenue. This proposal is not meant to be a revenue generator. It is for our client's mother-in-law to move in and be close to them, who she currently lives in Oshawa. So what our clients are trying to do essentially is take 2 full residential single-family properties and make 1 multi-generational property for themselves. I would like to note that our angular planes on the sides are allowable here, as is the second story in general. If we flip to the next, impact to the neighbors, the side angular planes are minimal in impact to the neighbors here and not a concern of the committee at this time. Regarding the rear angular plane, we are within the maximum height allowance for this. Again, we're just trying to use an existing non-conforming condition to create a living space for our client's mother-in-law. Flipping to the south view, again, this angular plane is allowable by zoning bylaws. The previous opposer did, flip to the next one, did also indicate that we did shadow studies after receiving their shadow study, which seemed to be completely irrelevant to actual sun paths. We submitted these ones in opposition. You can see here the yellow is the proposed shadow, and the green line is the existing context buildings. The green is the existing context buildings, the yellow is the proposed shadow, and then we have an outline here, which is the as-of-right shadow outline. Our proposal rarely goes outside of that. And this sun angle study is from June 21st at 4-hour intervals throughout the day. The next slide shows the same sun study from December 21st at 4 intervals throughout the day. In this instance, you can see that the garden suite has no impact essentially on shadows, as all of the surrounding properties are larger and create larger shadows. In addition to the sun impact, some of their other concerns we feel are not valid related to fire access and safety. This is something that is not part of the zoning, right? As is runoff, as is building safety. In terms of construction impact, we are trying to be as sensitive as possible. At the same time, this is also not a zoning variance. As per city bylaws, our clients also have the right to enter adjacent properties to perform maintenance to structures that are inaccessible. Every effort will be made during construction to minimize the impact. We've been looking at prefab wall panels that could be brought into place. And it should be noted that, yes, the existing garage has been poorly maintained, and as part of the construction, the existing brick will be repointed to withstand several more years of use on this property. Related to parking, some of their concerns were during construction. That's going to happen regardless. This is the city. I don't think that that's something that should be taken into account. What our clients are trying to do is reduce the allowable parking on their property, which is currently at 4 spots, down to 2. This will alleviate some of the neighborhood congestion that I understand in this North Riverdale neighborhood is very hard.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Well done. 5 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you very kindly.
It's unfair I get 5.
Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Don't just leave
Nope,
yet.
nope.
I don't know if my colleagues have some questions for
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
None? Ms. West?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you mentioned that you met all the angular plane requirement. We have variance number 4, which is angular plane projection on the west side, which is toward your client's building.
We met the angular plane requirements on the 2 side yards. It's the rear yard one. If you go to our original presentation, there's a slide there scrolling. Not the opposition, the other presentation, please. I know, there's a lot of material here. Yep, and scroll to the next slide down, I believe. Here's the angular plane that we are asking for the variance on. Again, this is, if you look on the left side of the diagram, that is the property line. That's the angular plane that we are asking for the variance on to formalize the non-conforming existing. We're basically using the non-conforming existing condition at the rear, which is the garage existing wall is built close to the property line, and we would like to build up. The reason for this, if you scroll down to the last slide in this document, you can see here on the right, if we were to abide by that rear angular plane, the small white square at the top would be the 8-foot high ceiling height inside of this property. So it would be very challenging to fit a kitchen, a stair, and a bathroom into that livable space.
Okay, and then I also would like to ask you one more time. So you're intending to keep the existing garage. This is an alteration to the existing garage on the backyard. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you will keep all the walls, and then you want to do
a second-story addition.
Second story and that.
Yes.
And then also, I remember you mentioned that you improved the soft landscaping in the rear yard compared to what existing. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Do you mind scrolling up?
I remember
by about
you
4?
show
Yeah,
the
right
site
now,
plan.
it's pretty bleak. It's the condition that my clients purchased this property in. There's only about 17% soft landscaping on the back. It's essentially a parking lot. What we're trying to do, obviously, is increase it to the maximum that we can, and then reinforce. Yeah, this is the existing right now. You can see it's very minimal, again, 17%. One slide up is our proposal, which shows 37.6% soft landscaping. Oh, sorry, maybe one slide down then. That one, yes. That shows 37.6 in the green, as well as we're proposing permeable pavers for that paved area that's shown as the crosshatch, and then a green roof on top of the flat portion of the garden suite itself.
So the green roof is not accessible you don't use it as a rooftop or
No.
anything? It's just a green
Yep.
roof?
Yep.
And then the height of your structure comparing to in this site plan on the top right corner, you can see the neighbors on the north garage or shed at the back. Your structure, how much higher
in
is
total
compared
will
to
it
that neighbor's shed in the back?
of the existing or the proposed?
No, I'm comparing your structure, your proposed structure, to the neighbors on the north structure.
I believe it's taller by 2.5 meters.
Okay.
I would have to double check.
No, I mean just roughly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'd have to double check, but
Okay,
it
thank
will
you.
be taller. Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions, folks? Comments? No? I do have a question for you, if I may. Out of the five variances requested, variance number 1 is an improvement, but
That's
it's still
right.
deficient.
Exactly.
But an improvement.
Yes.
Variance number 2 is an existing circumstance.
The rear yard setback, yes.
Yeah. And the side yard setback. variance
Also an
number 3,
existing.
Also an existing.
Yes.
And sorry, 4 is the angular plane.
That's right,
issue,
yep.
yeah. So that's a request.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 is permitted floor space. So it's from 60 square meters to 74.5.
Yes, again, that's utilizing the existing footprint of the existing garage to do that.
So in essence, you've got two variances, 4 and 5.
Yes.
That are the ones that are contentious, for lack of a better word. But
If you want
the
to phrase
others
it that way,
yeah.
yes, absolutely, yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody, any other questions before Ms. Lee leaves? No. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perhaps we can take it into committee now and have some feedback? No? Mm-hmm. You ready with the motion? Anybody have any comments?
Yeah, my comment, I mean, I was just, as I was listening to the presentation and I was reviewing the site and area specific policy for garden suites, and I just note that that policy that's part of the official plan doesn't require parking for garden suites. It says garden suites should maintain the majority of the rear yard as open space and maximize contiguous soft landing that is supported of tree planting. And it also says, there's another point that sort of stuck out to me. Oh, it says an increase to the maximum permitted footprint of a garden suite can be permitted where the majority of the rear yards maintained as open space and soft landscaping is maximized. So just when I look at the two proposals together, I see an extension of the house that is, I think, one of the reasons why the soft landscaping can't be met, even though it is, even though it's an improvement. And then, I don't know, the soft landscaping is so deficient, and then if the side setbacks were maintained or if there was adjustments, there would be more room to put more soft scape. So, I mean, my concern is that the overall project as a whole is an overbuild, and you have all the concerns from the neighbors, and I think that they have legitimate concerns about their views, so I don't know. That's what, those are some of my initial thoughts, but I'd be curious to hear what others have to say.
Ms. McKay?
In my view, a case of negative impact has been made out, so I don't personally think I can support to the application.
Thank you. Ms. Wolfe?
I agree with my colleagues. I think it's an overbuilt and you know, overall 5 of those variances are not minor, and I cannot support this.
Ms. West?
Yes. I just, we have 5 variances. 2 of them is existing. 1 of them, the first one, is improving. So basically we have 2 variants in front of us. To my judgment, FSI proposed 74.5 square meter versus 60 square meter is minor. And then I was convinced with the explanation of the applicant about the 45-degree angular plane projection on the west side. So I saw the presentation. I also listened to the neighbors, but I'm supporting this application.
Thank you, Ms. West. For my part, when I saw the application initially, I was also, a little concerned, so I go in and examine it a little bit more carefully. And I do find, as I asked Ms. Lee the question about which of these variances essentially were either existing or an improvement. And certainly the soft landscaping, which I find always of great concern, if you look at the photograph of before and what could be, it's a huge improvement. So I see it as an improvement as opposed to ongoing deficiency. I think variances number 2 and 3 are existing circumstances. 4 and 5 I don't believe are very problematic from my perspective. So for me, it's an application that I'm comfortable supporting. I do also want to note that the materials in opposition, sometimes, unfortunately, the graphics don't always reflect what could be or will be in the future. Some of the graphics didn't quite portray the angular plane of the roof structure, I think, accurately. But that's my position. I find it supportable. So having said all of that, I'd like my colleagues to come up with a motion, either approve or negative, and we'll move from there.
Sure, I'll bring a
Mr.
motion.
Wilkins, thank you.
Yeah, my motion would be, I mean, I suppose when I look at the overall project, I don't have any problem with the house in total, you know, the house by itself, but I think most of these are generated by the garden suite. So my motion would be to deny this application because there are 4 tests, and one of them that it has to meet maintain the intent of the official plan, and for the reasons that I expressed before, I don't think it does. I don't think it maintains the intent of the site and specific area policy that applies.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. A seconder? Mr. McKay seconds. Bear with me. So we have a motion on the floor from Mr. Wilkins to deny, to refuse this application. Mr. McKay seconds it. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. All opposed? 1, 2. Thank you. The motion carries. It's refused. Thank you. Need a change. We need a break. Thank you. I'll request a break. 10-minute break?
Through the chair, sure. We can take a 10-minute break.
Perfect.
So everyone, please mute your microphones and turn off your videos. Thank you. We will resume in 10 minutes.
ready to roll. Good morning again. I think it's still morning. No, just turned afternoon. Good afternoon. And we're back. We're back with item number 9, which is 680 Young Street. The purpose of the application is to construct interior alterations and permit a recreation use not permitted without, with additional total interior floor area for the expansion of the existing yoga studio on the 2nd and 3rd floors to the ground floor and the basement of the existing 3-story commercial building. The committee had before it the following communications: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Pardon me. A covering letter from Jeffrey Peters, the applicant, received on August the 30th. And we have commenting report, staff report from community planning. If we have, I don't know if we have the applicant in-house or online.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the applicant online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you very kindly. Good afternoon, Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, are you there?
Hello.
Hi,
Yes.
good afternoon.
Yes, I'm here. I believe our agent is in person, Mr. Mark Zwicker.
Nobody here by that description. Oh, he's online. Okay, thank you.
Mark, you're
Mr.
unmuted.
Zwicker? Mr. Zwicker, are you there? Can you hear us?
Through the chair, perhaps we stand this item down and move to item 10, and we can circle back to item 9.
Perfect, thank you. Now, item number 10. Item number 10 is 1073 Craven Road. Purpose of the application: to construct a new 2-story semi-detached dwelling with a front porch and stairs, rear ground floor stairs, and a rear 2nd floor balcony. Committee had before it the following communications: copy of plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received on the 8th of November. 3 photographs of the subject property received on the 28th of August. Covering letter from Loloa, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the name, Loloa Alcasawat, agent, received on the 1st of October. Correspondence from the same agent on the 8th of November. Presentation materials from the agent on the 8th of November. And there was an order to comply affecting the subject property. There's a staff report from community planning and correspondence in concern and materials in concern from Greg and Shannon Vandermeer of 1071 Craven Road. And if we can have the applicant online.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent on the line, and we have 2 registered speakers one registered speaker in interest. They're both from the same address.
Thank you. Okay. Agent?
Hi, this is Lulu Alcasawat, OAA. I'm the agent of my client, 1073 Craven Road. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we have here is a existing 1-story semi-detached house that my client would like to convert to a story semi-detached, just similar to all of the houses in the neighborhood. What we are seeking is a variance of a couple of items to match the existing characteristics of the street. So basically, the front setback, we would like to match the new house to match the setback in the front with all the rest of the houses. And similarly, the rear setback to match our neighbors. And we have a variance request to increase the floor index ratio from 0.6 to 9.6. In addition, we have a variance that the balcony that we're proposing at the back is required to be set back at 1.64, whereas we are proposing to match it with the side of the house at 0.45. And another variance is the front stairs to match the rest of the front stairs that are in that street, where it should be set back 0.6 meters. However, because of the limitation and the narrowness of the house, we are requesting that we are exempt from that and we match the rest of the street in terms of the stair configuration. And because of the narrowness also of the lot, the front yard landscaping does not meet 100%, it meets 75%. We are also requesting a variance for that. In summary, we are trying to match the neighborhood characteristics, the front setback and the rear setback, and the overall look of the houses that are on that street where the stairs are abutting the sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have the folks online? Oh, present. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome. If you could have your name and address, please.
Yeah, for sure. My name's Shannon Vandermeer of 1071 Craven Road.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Perfect. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. As the owners and occupants of 1071 Craven Road, that is a neighboring semi-detached house sharing a party wall with 1073. My husband Greg and I are here to state our concerns with the proposed application for 1073 Craven Road and have our concerns on record. We want to ensure that the proper safety measures are taken and enforced by the committee to prevent further damage to our home as recommended by our engineer. And I do have presentation materials up there if you wouldn't mind zooming in just a little bit more so we can see the pictures. Perfect, thank you. On August 28th of last year, 3 weeks before mine and Greg's wedding, 1073 Craven Road collapsed onto our house while under renovations, resulting in immense physical damage to our home and psychological damage to us as occupants and owners. As a result, we've not been able to live in our home for over a year now, and we are still without a home, and our repairs are underway. Based on the new proposed plan of 1073, that were submitted an application, our engineer is requesting that a soils report is done to ensure that the new foundation of 1073 Craven Road does not affect our house and cause further damage. The engineer also requests that a soils report is done for the installation of a new large concrete footing at 1073 Craven Road adjacent to our home. We are asking that the committee enforce these soils reports to avoid further damage to our home and risk to our safety as occupants of the neighboring shared wall property. We appreciate your time today and your attention and consideration to this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the presenters? No? None? Okay. I think, if I may, I'm going to seek some advice from Deputy Secretary Treasurer about the engineering issue that you've mentioned. I saw it in your covering letters as well. When I saw the photograph of the collapsed piece, I've never seen anything like it except in a hurricane.
I hope nobody ever sees anything like this.
It's unbelievable, but anyway, having said that, I do believe the engineering piece is not within our purview, so I don't know if we'll be able to get some advice on that.
Through the chair, that's correct. That would be a civil matter. But during construction, you can always contact 311 for municipal inspections, building inspections, to come out to the site if there is an issue, and they will inspect. But that's the proper route and channel to handle that issue. For the members, you can also do a for the record note if you strongly encourage further consultation or work with the neighbors in terms of construction. But that's the extent of the purview of the Committee of Adjustment.
Thank you. Our engineer did advise just coming forth with you guys to get this on record and also to request that a soils report is done, especially because this is a new application. It's expanding on our addition of the party wall, which wasn't a part of their original build as well. So we just want to make sure that this doesn't happen again. We do not want this to happen again to our home.
Thank you. And I'm going to assume that the agent who's listening to you at the moment will take this into account and have some response to you that may be positive as well.
Perfect.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Please, Ms.
So I do have a question, aside from the safety concern, do you have complaints, do you have any opposition to the actual building being proposed?
No, we actually don't necessarily object to it. We just want to make sure that safety measures are adhered to for this. Even since we submitted these documents and the letter to you guys as well, we have incurred more damage. Our fence has been knocked over. Safety concerns are not being adhered to right now. We just want to get this on record and make sure that they are, and that if you can do anything to help us, that would be very appreciated.
But the variances and the encroachments, like possible
Yeah,
encroachments, they don't.
Yeah, we're not necessarily opposed to those, no.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else?
Through the chair, there's no further registered speakers to this item.
Thank you. So perhaps we can go back to the agent, please. And the agent in this case was Ms. Al-Kasawat. Are you there?
Yes, thank you. I'm here. I'm sorry to hear what happened. Of course, safety is very important. The new house has now been designed so that they have separate footings, and the existing house was very old, and it is expected that things might happen when a house is very old. So we apologize. We're hopefully moving forward in a safer manner. As I mentioned, the new house will have separate footings, so there will not be any need to be concerned. And there's a permit in place, so everything is being inspected by the city inspectors, and hopefully there will be no further incidents. But in general, our request is very straightforward. We would like to improve on the characteristics of the house, make it more livable, more rentable, because it was very tiny. And it conforms to the overall characteristics of the houses that are in that neighborhood and the same size. And hopefully we are able to achieve that with this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question to you. Would you be comfortable with the condition that you consult with the neighbor just to make sure that you alleviate any of the concerns that they've raised, the safety concerns? I think it might be a worthwhile exercise for you.
Through the chair.
Yes, of course.
Sorry to interrupt. So not a condition, but for the record.
For the record.
For the
sorry,
record
for the
note.
record. No, thank you. So it won't be a condition, but hopefully you will be consulting with the neighbor.
Yes, for sure. We'll do our best.
Thank you kindly. We have some questions. Mr. McKay?
Well, I just wondered, do you have a civil engineer as a consultant on your side of the property? Are you working
Yes.
with an engineer? Yes?
Yes, of course. That's how the permit was approved. Without an engineer, the permit would not have been approved.
Thank you. Ms. Volpe?
I have a question regarding the variance number 2, the front yard setback. You mentioned that you wanted to align the design with other buildings, but I can see that your front yard is kind of, it's not aligned, like it's encroaching further towards, the road, CRAVEN Road, and thus, creating this variance, I guess. So can you address that?
As per zoning, we're allowed to match the average of the overall setbacks in the whole street. So if you see to the left of the building, past 1071, that's also, we're aligning with that, and the one on the right, the house after that. So we are in alignment with most of the houses. If you see to the right of the drawing, I have existing 2.5.
Yes.
So we're aligned. Yeah, so
I can, is it an enclosed
1075 and 1071 were what we were as existing, and I'm requesting to align with the 2.5 with the houses that are on the right and the far left of after 1075. It's not shown in the drawing, but that's how the whole neighborhood is. If you go to, there's a pictures on the cover letter at the very end page. There are pictures, yeah, at the bottom. So if you, sorry, the back, yeah, go back up. If you see past the yellow scooter, I can't see, but we're aligning with that house to the right of the yellow scooter, I think it is. And similarly, the stairs will be matching those stairs.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, folks? Mr. McKay?
Yes, thanks. There's a planning staff report just in respect of the balcony, which I think is going to be on the second floor, and it's recommending essentially, I guess, opaque screening on the balcony. You willing to accept that?
Yes, we have already spoken to planning and accepted this condition.
Thank you. If there are no any other questions, perhaps we'll take it into committee and look for discussion or motion. Ms. West, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before I put forward a motion, I want to ask Madam Secretary Treasurer, apart from the note that we leave on this application that they will consult with the neighbor, is there any other recommendation from you?
Through the chair, no, we don't have any comments or conditions from engineering and construction services, for example. And it's not a consent to sever application where we would see comments like that. So unless we have comments from a specific city division with respect to engineering matters, you cannot impose a construction engineering condition, because who would it be reviewed by? It would have to be reviewed by the city's engineering construction services department. So as I reiterated earlier, the proper channel is to report anything related to building construction through 311, and then that will start the channel, the proper process of buildings investigations.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for your answer. And through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition that staff mentioned in the report dated November 8, 2024, that the opaque privacy screening shall be added to the rear second-story balcony that is permanent, located on the southern edge of the balcony to a minimum height of 1.5 meter measured from the floor of the balcony. So that's the only condition.
Thank you, Ms. West. Do we have a seconder, Mr. McKay? Yes. Thank you. Mr. McKay seconds that. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. Approved. Could we perhaps go back to Yonge Street? Item number 9. So do we have the agent online? Yep. So item number 9 was 680 Yonge Street. Purpose of the application to construct interior alterations and permit a recreation use that is not permitted with additional total interior floor area for the expansion of the existing yoga studio on the second and third floors to the ground floor and the basement of the existing 3-story commercial building. Committee had before it the following communication: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Mr. Jeffrey Peters, the applicant, received on the 30th of August, and community planning staff report dated November the 12th, 24. So, do we have
Okay.
Mr. Peters online?
Through the chair, so we have the agent listed as Mark Zwicker.
Oh, Mark Zwicker. I beg your pardon.
Mr. Zwicker, are you there? This is our third attempt in trying to reach the agent. So again, for the record, we have no registered speakers for this item, and we're just trying to connect with the agent. Perhaps we can try unmuting the owner, Jeffrey Peters. Mr. Peters, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Will your agent, Mr. Zwicker, be representing you, or are you going to represent this application?
I guess I will. I'll do the best I can to represent. My apologies. I know he's online, but for some reason, when I spoke to him, he was not able to be unmuted.
Through the chair, he's showing as unmuted on our end. So we'll try one last time to get your agent. Otherwise, as you said, you may have to proceed. Through the chair, just kindly hold the line. We're attempting again to reach Mr. Zwicker. Mr. Zwicker, are you there? Mark Zwicker, you are unmuted. Okay, through the chair, we still don't hear Mark Zwicker after multiple attempts, so we will go to the owner if he wishes to represent the application.
Thank you. Through the chair, would you like me to start, or?
I don't believe you have any opposition at all for this particular application. So I'm just going to ask my colleagues, see if anybody has any questions for you before we move into committee. So Mr. Peters, let me just ask, anybody have, oh, Mr. Wilkins has a question for you.
Yeah, I have just one quick question. It's just with respect to the city's condition. They asked, do you have any objection to that, or are you in agreement with it?
If you could let me know what the condition was.
Sure, give me 1 sec. It is...
Through the chair, staff will also put the community planning condition on the screen.
It is...
We have it on the screen.
Total interior floor area.
Mr. Peters, are you able to read it?
Yeah, it's very, very small on my screen. My apologies.
So it says,
if you like, I'll read it out to you, and just so that you can follow. So the recommendation says, Planning staff respectfully recommend that should the Committee of Adjustment approve application and the number, the following condition be imposed. The condition is the total interior floor area of all recreation uses must not exceed 855 square meters, whereas the total interior floor area of all other permitted uses must not exceed 400 square meters. And that's
I believe, yeah, that would be fine.
great. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody have any other questions of Ms. Wilkins? No? Can we have somebody propose a motion, perhaps? Sure. I think we're in committee. Mr. Wilkins?
Oh, I was going to say, well, if there's agreement about the condition, I agree with the city that I think it's implied by this planning staff report that it's a minor variance. It's sounds like a good idea to make better use of the building on Yonge Street and expand the yoga studio. It seems consistent with the plan, no adverse impact, so I think it meets the 4 tests.
Thank you. So would that be a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Seconder?
Yes.
Mr. McKay, thank you. So we have Mr. Wilkins' motion, and the condition
Yes.
be the planning condition.
Right.
And all those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Peters, you have your application approved. Thank you. And we're moving on to number 11. Number 11. Number 11 is 90 ALCINA Avenue. Purpose of the application to construct a 1-story ancillary building, a 2-car garage, at the rear of the existing 2 1/2 story semi-detached dwelling, pardon me, abutting a laneway. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property received September 20th, covering letter from Paige Reich, if I've got that correct, agent received on September 16th, and I think that's about it. There's email correspondence from engineering and 1 form letter in support.
Through the chair, that's email correspondence from transportation.
Who is that? Oh, transportation, sorry, it's not engineering, transportation engineering coordinator. Thank you. Do we have?
Yes, through you, Mr.
Paige?
Chair, we have the agent on the line and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the agent or a request for a presentation at all? No. Nope.
No, I don't think so.
Ms. West, any questions, concerns? No? All good? Okay, perhaps if we could then look forward to a motion from one of our colleagues. It's a fairly straightforward application.
Through the chair, do we want to just ask the agent if there's anything they want to add?
Thank you. Yes, agent, I wonder if there's anything in addition that you'd like to add before we make a decision? Agent, are you there? Oh.
Sorry, I was on mute. It wouldn't let me unmute. My name's Paige Reich, just so you know. I don't know if I need to state my address and everything, but I have no comments if you guys are good with it.
Just for the record, if you can give us your address, please.
Yep, so 1121-222 The Esplanade, Toronto, Ontario, M5A 4M8.
Thank you kindly. Folks, do we have anything else? If not, anybody have a motion? Mr. McKay?
I would, Mr. Chair, yes, it's a 1-story ancillary building. I think that the 3 variances can meet the test. So I would move approval of this application, and I see no condition.
Correct. Thank you so much. The seconder? Ms. West, thank you very kindly. All those in favor? Thank you. Unanimous approval. Thank you. Moving on to number 12. Number 12 is 8 LAXTON Avenue. Purpose of the application to alter the existing rear yard two-story ancillary building, the detached garage, by converting the existing garage into habitable space for one garden suite. There will be a total of 5 residential dwelling units on the lot, 4 units in the detached main dwelling, as approved by building permit number 24, and 1 unit in the garden suite. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Pardon me, 5 photographs of the subject property received August 29th. Covering letter from Tanveer Rai, agent, received on October the 3rd. And we've had correspondence from staff, that's urban forestry, an advisory staff report from also urban forestry received on the 14th. Both of them received on the 14th. So one is an advisory and the other is a staff report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent on the line and no registered speakers for this item.
Hello, everyone. This is Tanveer Rai from Noble Prime.
Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Rai, we don't have anybody in opposition. So let me just ask my colleagues to see if anybody requires a presentation or not, or perhaps questions for you.
No. Sure, sir.
No?
No. Are you aware of the forestry condition?
I am, yes, ma'am.
That's it. Any other questions, folks? No? Ms. West is thinking, good. Might have something.
Just a sec.
Through the chair to staff, if we can just pull up, on the screen, the urban forestry memo to see if there's a condition that's listed or if it's just all advisory. Through you, Mr. Chair, it seems that on the urban forestry memo, they have a number 2, and it says submission of a complete application for permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree as per City of Toronto Municipal Code. So it does appear that they are asking for condition number 2.
I'm sorry to intervene, but on the actual one, they have not ticked out any conditions for the urban forestry on the table that they have mentioned in the report. They don't have anything ticked off in 8 LAXTON Avenue.
Through the chair, yes, but we have this advisory memo from urban forestry for the members to consider. So it is up to the members to consider if they would like to impose urban forestry condition number 2 or any other of the matters that are listed in this advisory memo.
Okay, thank you very kindly. So colleagues, we have a decision to make about the forestry condition. It is forestry condition number 2. So with that, something to keep in mind when making a decision. Anybody with a motion or some comments, concerns?
Well,
Mr. McKay?
certainly I'd like to see them apply for a permit with respect to a privately owned tree. So I think we'd have to make that a condition. Other than that, then it just relates to an angular plane that's that they can't meet. I think that's so. I would move a motion that we approve this application with a single variance, subject to the urban forestry condition number 2.
And Ms. West is seconding. Wonderful. All those in favor? You have your approval with the forestry condition number 2. Thank you so much. And now moving on to number 12.
13.
Sorry, 13, I beg your pardon. Number 13 is 210 Atlas Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition, a complete third-story addition, a rear, pardon me, rear raised deck, a rear basement walkout entry with stairs, and a new front porch. The existing detached shed will be maintained. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 2 photographs of the subject property received on the 6th of September, and a decision number affecting the subject property also received, no date on that one. Email correspondence from Mr. Eddie Perez, agent, received on September 26th.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent on the line and no registered speakers for this item.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name's Eddie Perez. We're at 537 Rogers Road. And as you can see, we're before you for the one variance needed for 210 Atlas Avenue. We went before the committee previously. There was a misunderstanding on the agreement that we did with the planning department. We were just supposed to push in the wood deck, which we did, to the 0.69, not the house itself, as per the drawings that were approved, but it was worded not correct when we got the notice to get the zoning certificate. And the portion that we are asking for now is only the minimal, is actually only in the 3rd floor where the variance is needed, because it's they're considering this house 3 stories because the basement is more than half above grade. But if you look at it, it looks like a 2-story, but they're considering a 3rd because of the way if it was a 2-story, we wouldn't even be before you at this point. So I feel that the variance is very minor in nature, and it was the intent that we had originally, and that the planning department had asked for. It was just for the deck, not for the actual house. So there was a misunderstanding there. That's why we're before you again. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll feel free to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Let me just check and see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Ms. Volpet has a question for you.
Just a quick question. If your neighbors to the south, I don't see any correspondence in opposition, but did you have a chance to talk to them about because it will be very, the setback is very minimal.
Yeah, the setback's in existing condition. We're not altering the existing condition, so we're just going up. And if you read the zoning notice that was I had submitted, you can read it. It's only for 5.07 meters where I need the variance. They worded it when they send the thing out for the whole wall, but we don't need it for the whole wall. If you go to the zoning notice that was done by the Tippin, Nolan Tippin, it says that the proposed side setback of the 5.7 meter of the 3rd-story addition, that's the only area that we need this variance. The 2nd story, it's not needed because you can go in line with the existing. So, and like I said, because they're calling it a 3-story, that's why this variance kicked in on the 3rd floor alone. So like I said, we're in keeping with the character of the area, and variance is very minor in nature.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. I'll just see if anybody else has any questions for you. Mr. McKay?
Just so I could better understand it, then are you saying that the side yard setback that you're asking for, it just relates to a portion of the building at the 3rd floor?
Yeah, correct. If you put up the zoning notice, you can read it the way the gentleman wrote it.
I see. All right, thank you.
Nolan Tippin, you can read the way he wrote it. But this committee, they just sent it as being the whole wall, but this actual fact is not the whole wall.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Any other questions, folks? No? I do have one question for you, Mr. Perez. You've got a balcony on the rear, a balcony or a deck. Does that have privacy screening? I'm just trying to see if it shows.
But if you put up the elevation, we could put it if the committee requires it. But if you put up the elevation there, it's not that high off the ground. It's considered that because they call it a 3-story. So it's about a little bit over 2 meters. If you require, we have no problems with putting it. And also we indicated on the elevation already anyway. But we're good with putting privacy fences.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just looking at the elevation as well, the side elevation, north side. I can't quite make out if you've already indicated a privacy screen on the drawing.
Yeah, it's indicated on this
You do
north
it-
elevation.
Yeah, you already have it, so it's not necessary
Yeah.
to put in a condition.
We have it.
Yeah, you've got a 1.5 meter high opaque privacy fence. Thank you. Thank you.
That's correct.
That's great, thank you.
Through the chair to members, also a consideration, if there is concern with respect to the side yard setback, you can also contemplate a condition of tying to plans. So just providing that as an option for members, should they see fit.
Good, thank you so much. Okay, Ms. West, you have a question?
To you, Mr. Chair. Just a question from Madam Secretary Treasurer. Do you recommend to tie to all the plans or only third floor?
Through the chair, you can do the site plan or elevations or third floor, whatever you think best shows the setback.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, questions, a motion? Thank you, Ms. West.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one condition, that the development be substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Do we have a seconder? Mr. McKay, thank you so much. All those in favor? Good. Motion is carried. Mr. Perez, your application is approved. Thank you. Moving on to number 14. Number 14, 76 Grenadier Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story townhouse dwelling by reconstructing the front covered porch, as well as to construct a rear second-story addition above the existing one-story and a rear ground floor deck. Committee had before it the following communication, pardon me, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, one photograph of the subject property received October 10th, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property received September the 1st, covering letter from Scott Sawley, agent, on October the 10th, shadow study from Edward Bruders, agent, received October the 10th. Advisory staff report from Metrolinx. So that's one of the pieces. Supporting document received on November the 6th from Daith Wong and Clara Yi. I don't know if the agent is online or here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Edward Brothers. I'm actually the applicant, not the agent. Scott Sorley is here. He's the agent.
Okay, who's going to speak on to this application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can unmute Mr. Scott Sorley.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Wonderful. Could you please state your name and a full address, please?
My name is Scott Sorley. I'm the agent, and my address is 24 Earnbridge Street, Toronto, M6K1N3.
Thank you kindly. Let me just check and see if my colleagues have any questions for you that may or may not require a little short presentation, but let me check.
Okay.
Just a question. Okay. Anything else? We have one question for you from Ms. Volpet.
Yes, please.
Yeah, with regards to the front yard setback, like I can understand that it's the reconstruction, right? Is it the existing condition that you have this variance?
Yes, it's an existing legal non-conforming condition. This residence is one of 5 townhouses that have exactly the same front yard setback.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? No? I think it's a fairly straightforward application. We've got 2 variances requested, and I think as the agent has just indicated, the one, I think the front yard setback is in part of the existing circumstance. So I'd like to maybe look for a motion. Ms. Wolpert, thank you so much.
I would like to bring forward a motion to approve this application. I don't see any conditions. There is a, I think it's advisory. Yeah, Metrolinx advisory? Yes, yeah. It's an advisory from what I understand. So I would like to move a motion to approve.
Thank you very kindly. Do we have a seconder? Mr. McKay, thank you so much. Mr. McKay seconds. Pardon me. All those in favor? It's a unanimous vote to approve. Thank you very kindly. And moving on to number 15. Number 15 is 68 WROXETER Avenue. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd story addition. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 5 photographs of the subject property received on September 12th, covering a letter from Zuzana Krikorka, agent, received on September the 12th. Tree protection plan received on September the 12th, and presentation received also from Ms. Krikorka, agent, received on November the 7th. We have a 16 signature petition in support, signed by owners and occupants of properties on WROXETER, and nobody in opposition. I wonder if we could have the agent online.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Yes, hello, Susanna Kokorka here.
Susanna, I'm not sure if I pronounced your surname correctly or not. Please accept my apologies if I didn't.
It's fine.
Let me just check with my colleagues to see if anybody has any questions for you. Mr. McKay has some questions.
Hi there. Yes, just as to the 3rd variance, it's roof eaves, and they're going to be very close to the property line. Can you make any improvement on that? You're building a 3rd story addition, so I take it that's where the roof eaves come into?
Yes, that's correct. The existing roof eaves are very close. It's a very tight building to the property lines. We can try, we don't have any structural drawings as of yet. We can try to work with the engineers and myself, the architect, to minimize that overhang. But in good building practice, we do want a little bit of an overhang. So, but we will try our best. And as I said, it is the existing 3rd story. There is a 3rd story currently. We're just taking that off and building it higher. So the existing is very close to that property line also. And the neighbors is also a very close roof eave.
So you'd leave that variance then unchanged in terms of what
I would have to leave the variance unchanged, but we can, when we're doing the permit drawings, we can try to bring that in even just a bit, yeah.
Any other questions, folks? Ms. West?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. My question is regarding the height of side exterior main wall facing the side lot line, which is the proposed one is 10.52 meter versus 8.5 meter, variance number 1. Would you please explain which part of your design on elevation triggered that variance?
Yes, well, we're changing the way that the roof works so that we can access that third floor properly. So instead of a gable roof that we had before that brought those sidewalls down, like you can see on drawing A4, the new elevation has the roof sloping towards the street, and therefore those sidewalls do become taller.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? Nope. Then I'll ask one of my colleagues to perhaps look for a motion. Mr. McKay? Thank you.
Approve these three variances, the application on Wroxeter Ave, and no condition.
Thank you kindly. Seconder? Ms. Volpert, thank you. We have a motion on the floor to approve, no conditions attached, by Mr. McKay, seconded by Ms. Volpert. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval. Thank you. Number 16. Number 16, purpose, 16 West, by the way, I beg your pardon, 1229 Queen Street West. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story building, community center, by constructing stepped 4 to 7-story additions. This altered mixed-use building will contain an expansion of healthcare services, and there will be a total number of 55 affordable residential dwelling units within the building on this lot. Also, to reduce the required parking spaces to 14 parking spaces located at grade abutting Milky Way Lane. No visitor parking spaces will be provided. Committee has had before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Andrew Vrana, agent, received on September the 13th, site servicing report and site servicing plan prepared by Daniel Bancroft, civil engineers, received on September the 13th. Transportation study prepared by Mark Dimayuga and Richard Pernicki from Nextrans Consulting Engineers, received on the 13th of September. Tree inventory and preservation report prepared by Isaac Bake from Forestry Consulting, received on September the 13th. Presentation materials from Andrew Vrana, agent, received on November the 13th. We have some reports from Heritage, Transportation Engineering is one, Heritage Planning would be the other. Staff reports from Project Analyst Metrolinx, Director of Community Planning, City Planning, and support, correspondence in support from 4 individuals: Victoria Willis, Nicola Bangham, Heather McDonald, and Tonya Earl. We have in opposition correspondence from Rick Amos, Parkdale Residents Association, Randy Mauskoff, Gwynn Avenue, no street number provided, Daniel Stevenson, 75 Gwynn Avenue, Jason Schmidt, no address provided, and Andreas Siebert of 79 Gwynn Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here, and we have a number of speakers registered in opposition for this item.
Mr. Vrana, are you here? Oh, there you are.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
You did. It is Andrew Vrana, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Got to check. It's not right to not to.
And I'll just note for the record, as well, that I do have the owner's representative as well, able to answer any questions that might pertain to current operations or future operations through the owner as well, should committee have questions.
I think you might need to share your time, if I'm not mistaken, because you've got 5 minutes for responding. So you might want to just see who wants to answer certain questions. That's okay. Did we get your name and address, by the way?
My name is Andrew Vrana. My address is 7 Revel Court, Dundas, Ontario, L9H6X9.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. We do have people in opposition, so we need a presentation, please.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. And I just want to make sure that it is the presentation submitted and received by Committee of Adjustment yesterday under late materials, I think on November 19th. Yes. Great, thank you. Oh, sorry, if we could go back to the introduction, please. So just a quick introduction here. The application is being put forward by the Parkdale Queen West Community Health Center, who are the owners of 1229 Queen Street West. They've been on site providing health services to the Parkdale community since 1998. They're proposing to intensify their site to respond to the community and city, and to be honest, provincial needs for deeply affordable housing with support services on the site. Proposing 55 deeply affordable units. They will house some of the neighborhood and community's most vulnerable residents, those most at risk of homelessness, and with different abilities as well. Parkdale, as well as myself, have engaged the local community through 2 open houses held at 1229 Queen Street West, one in May of last year, and another on November 14th, last Wednesday, prior to the deadline for submission by the public of letters of opposition on November 18th. We've also discussed this project extensively with city staff and the local councillor and have considered and made alterations based on their feedback. Next slide. So in the design, we really tried to consider 4 key objectives here: providing more deeply affordable housing to the neighborhood, trying to address both the homelessness and housing crisis here. Secondly, to maintain continually throughout any development project the community health center operations uninterrupted, to make sure there's continuity of services to the community and those most in need. Preserved as much valued public realm as possible. This includes both publicly owned space at the Gwyn Avenue Parkette, as well as publicly available private space at that same intersection that is considered to be part of the same public realm. And then doing our best to respect the existing neighborhood, as well as policies in the official plan, special area, site and area-specific policies, as well as the zoning bylaw to minimize shadowing on neighboring properties. Next slide. Here's a rendering of the site from the northwest, looking southeast at Gwyn Avenue and Queen Street West. You can see the building massing rising above the existing 2-story brick health center, but generally actually in line with the existing multi-residential mid-rise building immediately to the east, which is at the corner of Queen Street West and Dufferin. So generally from the Queen Street perspective, very much in line, trying to keep the same setbacks and built form character, and then stepping down to the west, to the forefront of the image here towards Gwyn Avenue. Next slide. Here's a view similarly from the northeast, and you can see how the facade of the addition above tries to seamlessly fit in. We've really tried to complement the existing street walls and also maintain as much of that public plaza along Queen Street West as possible. Next slide. Here's a view immediately from southwest of the proposed site and development, and you can see likewise, maybe it's a little bit difficult because of the angle, but likewise on the south side of the building addition, we've tried to maintain the existing massing and street wall, or lane wall rather, of the condo to the right in the east. Next slide. Just an excerpt of the site plan. I think we can skip forward. We can refer back to this if there's questions. I just wanted to highlight here, this is an excerpt from the ground floor plan. My point earlier about trying to maintain some public realm, particularly maintaining some of that open space that is on the Queen West Health Center's property, keeping it open and available to the public because that is highly used by members of the community, and that was important to the applicant and owner. Next slide.
Thank you. If they
Sure.
just get to wrapping up
Yes.
your presentation,
You know, there's a number of variances. I think some of them actually relate to existing compliance issues for the existing building, bringing that in line and legalizing it, providing some office space required a variance, parking supply. Obviously, this is a constrained site, and maintaining health center operations were critical, and then consistency with density and built form for what exists in the neighborhood and a transition to the Heritage Conservation District. Just in conclusion, I think we talked a lot with staff, and I feel very confident that the proposal meets the 4 tests of a minor variance.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at this point, or would like to listen to folks in opposition? One question for you, Mr. Varana.
I have a question in regards to variance number 7. There are some residential use, right? Residential portion which is below non-residential. So can you address that?
Absolutely. So I believe this was addressed a little bit in the cover memo with a diagram, but essentially the zoning bylaw prohibits residential space typically below non-residential space, and the reasoning for this is to ensure that any residential units in a mixed-use property have the best access to daylight and aren't being overshadowed and basically shortchanged. So in this particular case, the residential space that we have on the ground floor is a amenity room, and it faces that plaza, if you will, at the intersection of Gwynn and Queen Street West, and we wanted that to provide at-grade space for people to be able to see outside, and it's better for residents. It provides extra eyes on the street. On the second floor above, we decided to address the continued constraints on the existing health center and provided an additional floor on the second floor there of health center programming space. So that is office space for the community health center that is not accessed from the residential lobby. There's actually a second floor enclosed bridge connecting that space with the existing health center building. And then above that are the residential units. So in this particular case, I think the intent and purpose of the bylaw to not shortchange residential units is still maintained.
Okay, so those are not residential units?
No, there's no residential units below any non-residential space.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point? Ms. West?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, my question is regarding the variance number 6, which is the maximum permit building height, which is permitted 14, and on 6-story roof parapet, 7-story roof parapet, and mechanical penthouse. All of them are like way more than the maximum permitted height.
Yes.
Is there any explanation?
Yeah, so the existing zoning for the site is basically shrink wrapped, if you will, to the existing building. And so when the existing zoning bylaw 569/2013 came into force, it carried over what was in the old zoning bylaw, which was the existing 2-story building. So any change to the site effectively would require a variance. The 7-story parapet height that we're measuring here, that's actually what the bylaw typically looks at, and that is consistent with the building next door. Just in keeping with the same, similar massing and height. We haven't gone over and above that. Typically, the mechanical penthouse height is allowed up to 3 meters. That is what is proposed here, and that is consistent with the zoning bylaw as well. In speaking with the zoning examiner, they just thought it easiest for interpretation by members of committee and staff if all of these different parapet heights were included. But really, we're just trying to continue what already exists next to the site, and then, as shown through some of those renderings, provide a step down to Gwynn Avenue and Queen Street West.
Are you referring to the building on 1205 and 1209, Queen Street West? I mean, the building which is adjacent to your building?
Adjacent to 1229 Queen Street West,
Which
immediately
would
to the
have a
east.
setback on the top. There is also another residential which is set back, like probably structure which is set back. Are you referring to that?
Yes.
Okay, so your proposal will match your neighboring building height?
Yes, approximately. I mean,
Approximately.
you know, it could be within like a couple centimeters.
Okay.
I don't have the as-built drawings for
No, no,
that.
just
but
approximately.
in speaking with, you know, our architect and staff, they're pretty much practically the same. And we really wanted to try and achieve that so that we weren't introducing something completely new to the block or to the neighborhood. And with the step backs, particularly on the west side of the site towards Gwyn, you know, we also wanted to be sensitive to the area where some of the more heritage characteristics of the Parkdale Queen West Heritage Conservation District start to come into play. Our building is deemed to be non-contributing by heritage staff, so it has no heritage value, and specifically, and it doesn't either contribute to the heritage characteristics already, and so they had no concern with the height in that area.
Yes, we receive an email regarding that, regarding the Heritage Conservation District requirements. So my last question will be regarding the variance number 8 and 9, which is regarding angular plane, that the altered mixed-use building will penetrate the angular plane. This is variance 8, and 9 is the altered mixed-use building will penetrate the angular plane. Probably it's the same bylaw? No, it's different. So you mentioned that your proposed building setback, and you respect all those things. So how much is this angular plane? Would you please explain? Effect?
Absolutely. Through the chair, if members of committee staff could pull up the west building elevation, I think I also have it in my presentation, but whichever is more convenient. It might be easiest to go to my presentation. I think I have it in one of the slides or the appendix. If we could just go down, please. So, okay, sorry. So just while we're waiting, I can absolutely speak to this again when the visuals have been pulled up. I understand there's a technical glitch, but essentially we had extensive discussions with planning and urban design staff, including the local planning manager, and it is our understanding that site and area specific policy, I've got it written down here, site and area specific policies 566 through official plan amendment 915-2020 supersede the zoning bylaw. That is part of the site and area specific policies related to the Parkdale Queen West Heritage Conservation District. And they set alternative street wall setbacks from both the rear laneway as well as from Queen Street West. I'll be honest, you know, we had two pre-application consultation meetings with city staff and then subsequent follow-up meetings with the planning manager and urban design staff to come up with the current massing that we have. And so I think what we wanted was actually a massing closer to Queen Street West to better respect the southern angular plane, which faces Milky Way. Planning and urban design staff actually preferred us to push the building further south to maintain that existing street wall above the podium, if you will, along Queen Street West to maintain the character and from their perspective, given that the building is on the south side of Queen Street West, you know, they wanted to make sure that there was minimal shadowing on the north side of Queen Street sidewalk. In relation to penetrating the angular plane to the south, the concern there was lessened The reason for this is we are located north of low-rise residential neighborhoods along Gwyn Avenue. And so just because, given our latitude here in Toronto, the sun comes from the south at varying angles all year round. There is no solar or shadow impact, rather, on houses to the south. And so given that our setback from the rear property line along Gwyn Avenue was greater than what was required, this was the compromise that was reached, and staff were supportive that this penetration of the 45-degree angular plane was minor in impact. And I think on this note, I'll also say that the nearest neighbor at, I believe it's, pardon me while I check my notes, 87 Gwyn Avenue. They are just located on the opposite side of the Milky Way lane. They attended both public meetings held voluntarily and not required by Parkdale Queen West at the site. And at the first meeting, they gave constructive feedback as to the massing of the building, preservation of trees, location of the loading space, and parking. Our design team was able to integrate those into the updated design. They attended the most recent meeting last week and were satisfied and pleased with the design. So, happy to provide their name if we need to get it on the record.
I think your response has been quite adequate. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Ms. West, I think you're
thank you very
satisfied
much.
with the response.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps we can move on to the folks that are in opposition, and I don't know if any folks are in the audience or they're all online.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the speakers online, so we can start with the registered speaker from 81 Gwyn Avenue.
I'm unmuted? Perfect.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you
Hello.
so much.
Mr. Moskow?
Mr. Moskow, yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Could we just get your name and street address or your mailing address, please, for the record?
It's Randy Moskow at 81 Gwyn Avenue, Toronto, and that's M6K2C5.
Thank you so much. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. So overall, this application is positioned as looking for minor variances. And in fact, the word marginal is used at one point in the applicant's cover letter in reference to one of the variances and its effect on neighbors. I quote, "The intent of the zoning bylaw is to provide privacy to neighboring properties. With the impact of the massing presented in a public consultation and these concerns considered marginal by those who would be most affected, we believe this proposal meets the intents of the zoning bylaw." As far as I know, notwithstanding what I believe Andrew, forgive me if I'm misnaming the person that spoke before me, mentioned, as far as I know, not one of the neighbors has indicated they have simply marginal concerns. And I don't recall a plan being reviewed in detail with neighbors back in June of 2023 in the first public consultation. In fact, this was prior to the actual application existing, but I'll address that in a moment. I'm well aware that the intent is to provide housing for vulnerable communities, and that's an important consideration. I do not deny that at all. But if I understand the city plan and its intent correctly, this does not come at the expense of negative impacts on adjacent properties. And this proposal has not demonstrated a sense of balance with or respect for the neighboring homes. So overall, the many variances are not minor and do have a significant impact on the surrounding neighborhood, contravening multiple city bylaws, and at least one of them is inconsistent with the city's official plan. So if I start with height and setbacks, the applicant is requesting an exemption from the bylaws that limit height to 14 meters, and the proposed height would be inconsistent with all other buildings to the south and west. And they want to waive, as we've discussed, the required 45-degree angular plane required for setbacks. If these variances are granted, they would not only block daylight to adjacent properties, but more importantly, they demonstrate that, in fact, very little consideration has been given to privacy and overlook protections for neighboring residents, specifically those in the two-story homes to the south along Gwynn Avenue. To have a 90-foot vertical wall looming over our homes does nothing to mitigate line of sight into our homes and our properties. The proposal also includes the removal of, if I understand correctly, most of the public parquet, please correct me if I'm wrong, at the southeast corner of Gwynn Avenue and Queen Street West. Now, that space is currently part of a lease agreement between the Health Centre and the City of Toronto. The parquet is one of the few remaining green spaces in the area, which the application itself describes as high quality and publicly accessible. So they acknowledge its importance. Removing this space, or most of this space, would eliminate an important public resource that supports community health, well-being, particularly in a densely populated area like Parkdale, where many residents lack access to private gardens. The preservation of green space is something that's a priority outlined in the city's official plan. I also want to address lack of neighborhood support. Now, up until now, there has been no official written support from residents adjacent to the proposed development. All the letters of support, I believe there are 4 of them, come from organizations that operate in the broader area, but these are not folks that are directly affected by the location of the proposed construction. Also, as I was alluding to earlier, the applicants claim that the adjacent property owner at 87 Gwynn has no concerns, is not supported by an official letter. They say that the neighborhood was consulted in June of 2023, but I would put it to you that an open house in which the entire community is present is not the same as privately speaking with the neighbors most immediately affected. And typically, if I understand correctly, in a committee of adjustment hearing, often you do talk to the immediate neighbors most affected. At that time, in June of 2023, there was no official application on file which allowed for individual objections. So it's incorrect to say that the neighbors...
Mr. Mouskov,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. You have about 30 seconds
Yep.
to go. If you can start wrapping up,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Perfect. What I wanted to say was that the official deadline for written opposition, I believe, was actually November 13th. November 18th was to register to speak. So to have a second consultation on November 14th denied us official status to be able to provide written impacts. I could talk about parking and traffic impact, but I don't want to go over my time. I do want to point out that the vulnerable communities housed might need people to come and support them, and therefore perhaps more parking is required than less.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mouskov.
There you go.
Thank you. And who do we have next?
Through the chair, if there is no questions for this
I beg your
speaker.
pardon. Are there any questions? Sorry for the speaker.
Okay, through the chair, we can move to the next
Thank you.
speaker in opposition at 75 Gwynn Avenue.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. Could you please state your name?
Hello, how are you?
Well, thank you, and I hope you're doing well too. I wonder if you could state
I
your
am.
name and address, please.
My name is Daniel Stevenson, 75 Gwynn Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M6K 2C5.
Thank you so
Now,
much.
all right. I'm opposed to this development for several reasons. Now, for the sake of time here are my main reasons. One, essentially eliminating the parquet at the corner of Gwynn Avenue and Queen Street would be a loss for the neighborhood. A, our neighborhood lacks green amenity spaces as it is. B, eliminating a significant green space would rob local residents of a conveniently close space to relax, especially those who are elderly and infirmed or disabled. C, eliminating the green space would further worsen the urban environment for local residents. 2, building a massive residential structure on piers or stilts over the existing building with existing problems on a regular basis, roof repairs, etc., is a bad idea. A, the height is excessive and not a minor variance to the bylaw. It is a radical departure from height restrictions and would overwhelm the neighborhooding two-story homes along Gwyn. B, such a massive and tall structure with no setbacks would rob neighborhood homes of sky views and light. C, such a massive and tall structure with no setbacks will invade on the privacy of the row houses to the south. The massive structure has windows facing down and into the existing home skylights, windows, as well as the rest, the rear yards. C, such a massive and tall structure will cast huge shadows over Gwyn Avenue, especially the side where the parkette currently is located. With its trees, any plants that are not to be cut down will suffer. The street will become instantly gloomy with such a tall structure with no setbacks robbing the light from Queen Street and Gwyn Avenue. A massive modern building is totally out of scale and character from the neighborhood, especially as it will be situated immediately next to two-story historic Victorian homes. The structure is completely tone deaf and out of touch with the neighborhood. Eliminating current parking spaces and eliminating all visitor parking for the health center and for 55 residential apartment buildings is a terrible idea. Elderly and disabled persons accessing the community health center should have parking. There is no parking close by on Queen Street, tollway zone during rush hour. Streetcar stop is in front of the health center. There is very little parking on Gwyn Avenue. Additional staff and service providers for 55 new units, residents, especially if they are high needs residents, will require a lot of parking. There is insufficient parking on Gwyn Avenue already. Adding 55 new residents to a quiet residential block will likely result in numerous family and friends and services providing needing parking to visit. This will add to an already bad parking situation on Gwyn Avenue. This proposal development, with a structure looming 5 times the height of the existing adjacent homes, is not a minor variance, but a major departure from the development rules and norms. Thank you.
Mr. Stevenson, thank you. Are you all done?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so very much. You're well within your time.
Well, thank you.
Who do we have next?
Through the chair, no questions for this speaker.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Any questions for Mr. Stevenson? No? None. Thank you.
Okay, through the chair, we do have a speaker registered from 67 Gwyn Avenue. Staff have tried multiple attempts to reach Alan Jeffrey, but have been unsuccessful. We'll try one last quick attempt. Again, this is for 67 Gwyn Avenue. Through you, Mr. Chair, after multiple attempts, we are unable to reach the registered speaker at 67 Gwen Avenue. We'll move to the next registered speaker at 83 Gwen Avenue, Jason Schmidt.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Schmidt, 83 Gwen Avenue, M6K2C5. I'd like to register my objection. Good afternoon, and thanks for your time. I think I've got 4 points in total. Number one, this is totally out of character with the street and surrounding neighbourhood. Gwyn Avenue, which is directly south of this building. It's not shown in the renders conveniently, by the way. But Gwyn Avenue is a historic street with two-storey Victorian row houses built in the 1880s. This massive structure is totally out of character with these historic row houses directly to the south. Number two, this removes valuable public green space. A development of this size should be mandated to add green space, not remove it. Green space is at a real premium in Parkdale. We need more of it, not less of it. Number three, and this is critical for me, because I live three doors down from this centre. This structure would loom large over my house. It would look directly into my bathroom skylights and my back patio. So some real serious privacy concerns. And last but not least, adding 55 residents with drug issues would multiply the current situation outside the centre. Daily, I have to deal with open drug use, smoking of crack, and smoking of meth, which they don't allow inside the centre, so it's done outside of the centre. It's a constant noise, garbage, violence, and trespassing in my back alley. Multiplying that by 55, removing the green space would force all of that activity into the back alley and basically would make this street unlivable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very kindly. Any questions for this applicant, person in opposition? No? Thank you. Perhaps we could move on to the next person in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, the next speaker is going to be from 79 Gwen Avenue. I'm just going to mute him now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's Andreas Seibert.
Could we have your name and
Good
full
afternoon.
name and address, please?
Certainly. It's Andreas Seibert, and I reside at 79 Gwyn Avenue with my wife. And I'm going to address the committee on behalf of both myself and my wife. Her name is Kasia Niemczyk.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I will try not to repeat the excellent points that were made by the previous residents. I share their concerns. In essence, I have a longer submission, but they did an excellent job covering the concerns of local residents, and I'm sure if you're able to reach Alan Jeffrey, he will share his concerns as well. Our point is that the variances that are sought are not minor. I mean, you're asking to double the height of the permitted building height immediately adjacent to two-story residential homes to the immediate south. It's not a situation like the condo development at the corner of Queen and Dufferin Street, because Queen Street lowers in elevation as you approach Dufferin, and that building is quite a distance from the houses along Gwyn Avenue to the south. This proposed residential structure, which would be built on top of the center, would actually be about six times the width of our houses and 5 or 6 times the height of our houses, And as it was previously mentioned, these are all going to be windows looking down into our skylights, our bedroom and bathroom windows, our living rooms, our backyards, our decks, and our balconies. So it would have a very significant impact on privacy, unlike the condo building at the corner of Queen and Dufferin Street. And this is obviously exacerbated by the fact that there's no angular setback. So it's basically a slab, as one of the previous speakers noted, on stilts or piers. It's just a massive slab of windows looking down on us. So not only is this a major variance that is being sought in that regard, but the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land for that reason and others. I mean, not only invasion of privacy, but we would be robbed of sky views looking north. I mean, the presenter for the applicant indicated that there would be no loss of light because it's north. But that is only part of it. It would rob us completely of sky views. I mean, we would just be looking up from our windows and yards and balconies just at this huge monolithic slab that's 6 times the width of our home. So it would have a very, very significant impact on the enjoyment of our property. The other, as much as the applicants try to suggest that they're materially preserving the parquet, that's simply not true. If you look at the drawings, the project would essentially eliminate, on a practical level, a parquet. And we need more green space, not less, in South Parkdale. I mean, there are many, many people who can't access other areas of the city. You have, people with very young children. You have elderly. You have disabled people. It's a significant significant green space, and that's even admitted by the applicant. So we shouldn't be eliminating things like that. We should actually be expanding it. And there's there are other people who would be affected by this as well. I'd note that
Mr.
Yes.
Siebert, sorry to interrupt. You're beginning to run out of time. If you can start wrapping up, please.
Okay. There's a building just east of Gwynn Avenue that is slated for low-rise development. Those residential owners or tenants would also be negatively affected by this huge building. It's described in the applicant's materials as a low-rise, a blank wall, and somewhere else as a small office building, but it's actually slated for residential development with rear balconies.
Thank you, Mr.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Siebert? No? No questions. Do we have any other folks in opposition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is all of the registered speakers for this item.
Thank you so much. I beg your pardon. Mr. Vrana, the floor is yours to respond to all the concerns you've heard.
Thank you. If just before the clock starts ticking, if I can just ask, I think it would be helpful. There are renders in my presentation in the appendix. I think they're titled Views from Gwynn Avenue. If those could be pulled up, I think they'd be helpful. Just a couple further down.
Is it the appendix that you're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll get to those. I guess there's a lot of stuff to talk about here, and I'll do my best. I don't know if I can touch on every single point in the 5 minutes, and so I'll ask through you, Mr. Chair, members of committee, if you'd like further exploration of some. I'm happy to discuss in a redirect kind of from questions from you. I guess maybe I'll start with the neighbor consultation. I think, Parkdale Queen West Community Health Center went above and beyond the call of what most organizations and property owners do, reaching out. I think one of the neighbors in opposition mentioned that we did not go door to door, knocking on every single door. I think that is, in the strict letter of fact, correct. However, there were numerous attempts and invitations from the health center, both mailed and dropped off door to door at these residences, inviting those neighbors to come out to the community health center open houses, which again were held in May 2023 and November 14th, prior to the November 18th submission deadline last week. Those neighbors did not respond. The community health center had their information, a website, email address. People know their telephone number. It's publicly available. None of them reached out before this point with concerns, despite those multiple attempts at outreach. It cannot be on an applicant to discuss or follow up and basically try ad nauseum to talk to every single person until the cows come home. I think we really did our best to engage, and where people came to talk, we spoke to them and heard what they said, and as mentioned with the neighbor at 87, Gwyn integrated their feedback in a way that they were most pleased with, and that's the closest neighbor to this property. In response to comments about the parquet, it is publicly available, but probably 80% of it is actually owned privately by the community health center and is leased at no cost to the city. It is within the community health center's own property rights to do with that property as they so please, within the bounds of the law, of course, and zoning and building. But they weren't using it for decades, and they let the city use it. We have, despite a mischaracterization here, by one of the opponents, preserved, I believe, approximately 62% of the parquet space at grade as a publicly available space. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a parquet because some of it is paved, but that's the case now anyways. It is a public plaza, and that would be open to members of the public going forward. With regards to the green space and the tree concerns, we had numerous discussions with city staff from urban forestry, and they expressed no concerns about the amount of sunlight, the solar access that those trees along Gwyn Avenue are going to get. It never came up once. We reshaped certain pathways to respect root zones, making sure that when construction happens, things aren't going to damage the trees. But solar access to preserve those trees was not and never has been a concern of the city. And so we are not concerned with it either. When it comes to the parking supply, there are currently 17 parking spaces, only for health center staff, none for visitors or clients. We're proposing to reduce that to 14 to accommodate a new loading space. Part of that decrease in parking is also as a result of accommodating the loading space in such a zone as to minimize noise and odor for the homeowner at 87 Gwyn, who is right abutting that. We probably could have actually saved more parking if we hadn't made those changes, and that was a calculated decision. There are two Green P parking lots within 250 meters, one within 150 meters of the site. There's streetcar service, bus service along Dufferin. There is Wheel-Trans access and drop-off for seniors and those with disabilities. We're really trying to move away from everybody having to go somewhere with a car. I think something the neighbors on Gwyn can't seem to get past, maybe because they are lucky enough to own them, but the future residents will likely not have incomes high enough to afford cars. Being at such risk of homelessness, it's an investment they can't afford. And there will be alternatives found for visitors. Certainly there's an ample number of alternative transportation means for them to access it. With regards to the setbacks, I think you can see here in the winter with all the trees on Gwyn removed, the characterization of an enormous looming wall, I think is maybe a bit of an exaggeration. I don't think there's anything protecting a certain neighbor from having to look at other people's homes.
Thank you. Perfect timing. I wonder if there are any questions from our colleagues. Mr.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry.
So my question is just, I guess I have two questions. I think the first is just about the process, because I think what I detected in some of the correspondence and some of the participants who called on the phone was sort of, I don't know, disagreement with whether this was, you know, one person who wrote in said, you know, is this within the jurisdiction of the Committee of Adjustment? I think they're suggesting that maybe this should have gone through zoning bylaw amendment or something like that. Do you have any comments on that?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Member of Committee, I apologize, I forgot your name. Thank you. Certainly, I think there's a couple things here. First of all, there is a common misunderstanding of what constitutes minor among, let's say, like the layperson, and I think it's a bit confusing because there is no strict definition of what is a minor variance and what is characterized as minor. I think, as has been alluded to earlier in this hearing on other applications, it is a question of impact and its potential for mitigation and impact on the lives of the overall community, not just specific neighboring residents. And the second thing is, you know, we specifically looked at this and had discussions with city staff. At one point, staff actually advised, or suggested rather, that we go up to 8 stories. And for that, you know, the recommendation would be the rezoning pathway. However, given the site and area specific policy 566, as well as the official plan, designation of Queen Street West as an avenue under the urban structure, and the mixed use land use designation of the site, they felt that the approach of taking a minor variance for this proposal at 7 stories was completely appropriate and minor in nature. And that is the approach we took in cases where we're not 100% certain. As a planner, I often defer to the suggestions and feedback from my colleagues across the table on the municipality side, given that, you know, it's their policies and regulations, and they understand the bylaws and the official plan best.
Okay, I suppose just my brief follow-up. So there, when I was thinking about what the opponent said, I thought back to a divisional court case of Vincent and Gasparis, where the court says a variance can in certain circumstances be patently too large to qualify as minor, even if it will likely have no impact whatsoever on anyone or anything. And so how do you reconcile? Do you think this case is not one of the cases where, let's say, the height variance is too large to qualify as minor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, is that a question for me?
Yeah.
I'm familiar with the case somewhat. I do not pretend to be a planning lawyer. That is outside the scope of my experience and education and expertise. However, in this particular case, given the evolving nature of the neighborhood, the existing adjacent building on the same block, I think at 1209 Queen Street West at Queen West and Dufferin, and, you know, the transitions down, I would patently disagree. There are many, you know, the built form that we're proposing is completely appropriate to avenues. If it wasn't for the Heritage Conservation District and associated special area, site and area specific policies rather, that we're trying to adhere to at the suggestion of city staff, you know, I would say, in my mind, there's absolutely no question that this would be seen as something consistent with an avenue. The only reason we didn't go higher, let's say to 8, was to try and be sensitive to that. I think you'd be hard pressed to find other designated avenues which are intended for this type of intensification, also similarly close to low-rise residential neighborhoods in areas throughout the city, not just downtown, but, you know, up in North York, along, let's say, Shepherd, west of Yonge. I'm thinking lots of places with similar, you know, rapid transit, including Eglinton. You see, you know, multi-story mid-rise buildings like this proposed, and, you know, the avenues designation is fully supportive of that in the official plan, and the avenues designation applies to the lot fronting the avenue. In this case, 1229 Queen Street West, the entirety of the lot. And I think, you know, there are cases where the 45-degree angular plane is completely adhered to, but the building is on the north side of an avenue. And I would say the solar and And shadow impact is far greater on neighboring properties than in this case where, yes, we do pierce the 45-degree angular plane, but the fact that we're north of them with a laneway in between, and that's not always the case with an avenue, really means that there's going to be no shadow. I understand neighboring residents down the block, some of them as close as 3 houses away from Milky Way and the property, are concerned about privacy. And it's something I, as a planner, hear again and again. However, I would say, to be completely frank, if I lived in one of those row houses, I'll take a step back. I live in a single detached neighborhood. I am where I am for a number of different reasons, but all of my neighbors around me, and there's 8 or 9 of them, can see into my backyard already. They can see my back deck. They can see into my kitchen window at night when the lights are on and it's dark. And so there's going to be more eyes, sure. But there's a lot more interesting things to look at than into somebody's backyard all day. I think, it would be, it would be dangerous to, but maybe easy for some people to characterize differences in people in different dwelling types. This is something I hear again and again, concerns about privacy from people looking into their backyards with high-rise, as if residents of high-rise buildings are somehow different and have some kind of perverse interest in their goings-on versus the people who live in single detached houses or attached row houses, for example. And that's people zoning, and that is illegal in Ontario, as you all know. But I think a bigger concern for these neighbors will be when the rezoning application for those lands immediately east of them on Dufferin gets developed into high-rises, which are currently proposed. There's a sign up there. There's 2 or 3, in the double-digit, floor heights. So, this is the least of their concern. There's going to be many more eyeballs. It is uncomfortable for them. I think I sympathize with them a lot, but 55 units of mid-rise north of you, I think does not constitute the world turning upside down. I think if I was in their place, I would say we've been privileged to live how we do, so central to the heart of Toronto, one of the biggest cities in North America, and that can't stay the same forever, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Vrana.
Thanks.
Anybody else with any other questions? Ms. Volpert has a question for you.
So, touching on the, privacy concerns, and then obviously, they are serious. Like, we are living in a city, but they are serious, and there are ways to mitigate that. So, so my question is, looking at the drawings and elevations, is there a way that you might think of to set back, let's say, the southern, part of the building, so the overlook is not as great as it might be?
So I'll just be blunt and say that is a complete non-starter. As far as I'm aware, with urban design and planning staff, we cannot move the building any further north than we currently have it.
No, I'm talking about, okay, maybe I didn't specify. Let's say you have a platform, right, of 4 stories, right, and then you have 2 and 3 stories above. So the 2 above the platform are really aligned, and maybe there is a chance to set it back, the 5th and the 6th story, because I think the 7th story is already set back, right? So that. Is it clear? Like it's.
I think I understand. Sorry, it's difficult to visualize.
Right. So.
But sorry, I think they're going to bring it up.
If you look at, let's what you say, SK14, west building elevation. Yes.
I'll bring it up on my own technology if you. Thank you for your patience. Yes, I can see it in front of me.
Right, so we have like a 4 stories platform, right, like a parapet, and then 2 stories above, right, so maybe there is a chance to mitigate the privacy concerns, by setting it back a little bit. I'm talking about the 5th and the 6th story.
I think I understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, I'm not the architect, but we spent a lot of time working with them and the owner to try and understand what's possible, you know, structurally and you know, architecturally on the site. I think that would lead to issues with the emergency stair and elevator access. And to be frank, because we cannot move the massing of the building forward towards Queen Street, because it would further create shadow on that plaza, and then also the concerns about maintaining the setback for a continuous street wall along Queen Street from urban design staff. We'd have to narrow the building floor plate, and that would create a single loaded corridor, which is the least efficient type of corridor. So we would have to have a hallway on one side and units on the other. And that would mean the loss of, I would say, probably about 40% of the units. And that would make this project a non-starter for the city. This project has received pre-development feasibility funding from the Housing Secretariat under the city's Open Door Affordable Housing Program and CMHC through their seed funding program. And they require a certain number of units, and we just could not meet it. So I think it's kind of all or nothing.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? Any other questions? No? Perhaps what we could do at this point is take it into committee and look for any discussion and merits of the application. Mr. McKay?
No, I'll just say, unless I've missed it, there's no city planning report, and it's kind of disappointing. On a big project like this, it would be nice to.
There's actually a planning
Did I miss one
condition, yeah.
Okay.
It's in the supplementary package.
Okay, I did look at that. Let's have a look. All right.
And they've actually, just come out of committee, are you aware of the condition, the planning condition?
Yes, I'm aware of, I believe 3 conditions from engineering related to site servicing, and
That's right.
we are in agreement with the conditions. We have
and the Metrolinx one as well.
The Metrolinx one as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, well,
It's
very
in the
good.
supplementary package.
I'm just getting there. Yeah,
Mhm.
I made a note on it there. Yeah. Okay.
Pardon me.
No. Okay. That's supplementary. Okay. Supplementary. Okay. Sorry, if there's
No
other
problem.
discussion, please go.
Anybody else? Some comments, observations? Mr. Wilkins?
Oh, well, I guess just as, you know, might be implied from the questions I asked, I mean, when I read through the materials and the presentation materials filed by the applicant and the opposition materials, I actually thought in terms of the official plan, there was the purposes of the official plan were maintained, but where I was getting a little bit hung up was on the, you know, just 100% or so variance required from the height, let's say, and so when you know, when I looked at the city's website, it, you know, just general information for the public, it says, you know, it describes like zoning bylaw amendments for major revisions to land use changes or significant increases in permitted building heights and densities. And so I thought, oh, it sounds a bit like that. But, you know, I have tried to understand the Gaspar's case that says, you know, you got to look at size and impact, and sometimes it can be too big to qualify or minor, sometimes not. And so I don't know, I'm a bit on the fence. Like some of the variances are really large, but on the other hand, I think some of the impacts are not that great in terms of, you know, there is still quite a distance between the 7th story and or the back wall that faces south, let's say, and the homes along the street where most of the opposition came from. So I haven't made up my mind yet, but those were just some of my
Waiting to be
thoughts.
convinced.
Yeah, I'd like to hear
Thank you.
what others have to say.
Thank you.
Looking at the dynamics here and specifically the support versus opposition, and again, such a big development, we have to be cognizant of the impact on people. We kind of here representing the people of Toronto, right? So I think what we can clearly see that the support comes from organizations that have interest, but that somehow they're kind of apart from the actual location of the project. And all the opposition, it's actually people directly impacted by the development. So, like, from what I feel from, and can conclude that the public involvement and public consultation wasn't adequate, to resolve the concerns. So I'm sure that we've heard about some public consultations meetings, but it doesn't from the opposition letters or from opposition comments, it doesn't seem like the process was concluded. So that's my concern is with regards to the public involvement and actually public consultation process.
Ms. West, any comments?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. When I first reviewed the application, I had some concern regarding the height and angular plane. And by listening to the applicant and listening to presentation, and specifically when there is a building adjacent to this development on the east side, which have the similar height. So, and then also listening to the applicant who explained that they consult with the city staff and urban planning group, and they're trying to propose in a way that they respect whatever policy or vision they have for that. Queen Street West, when I consider those, I'm just convinced that this is a good development, and I'm convinced that this is minor. And it's very appropriate for that area, which is the Dufferin and Queen Street West. So I understand that. I listened carefully to the people who oppose. Yes, it's a big change, but at the same time, this proposal will provide some affordable units for Torontonians, that they can just have access to that, and also they can. And the applicant also mentioned that the area that they have for the privately owned, they can, the neighbors can easily use it as a public space. Some extent, I'm not sure if I use it properly because public space owned by city, but they said they are okay if the people wants to use those spaces to some extent. So therefore, I'm supporting this application, and I think it's a good development for the neighborhood.
Thank you so much. Mr. McKay, did you want to still say something?
No, just thanks. I may have missed that. So in their comments, they do address the various standards. If you like, city staff have no objections. Requested variances to address the permitted density, parking spaces, setting of the main front wall, building height, location of non-residential uses, etc. So they've covered those issues, and so I feel that I'd be willing to support the plan here to favor this.
Thank you so much. I just throw in my 2 cents worth, just to my observations. I think the project is an eminently good one, a very necessary one, given the kind of circumstances that so many of our vulnerable members of our community face. I think this is the architectural design, I think, has been very well thought through. I appreciate all the comments that people in opposition made, and I also noted that folks in opposition were all on reside on the west side, on the east side of Gwyn, and there are about 5 or 10 homes just south of Milky Way Lane. And interestingly enough, immediately to the east of those properties, there is an older building. I can't remember what the building is, but as Mr. Vrana mentioned earlier, he's seen a sign for development. And very likely that's going to be a high rise of some sort. I don't know how many stories it'll have, but something is coming. So the idea of privacy, I think, it's one of those issues that in a very densely populated city as downtown Toronto is becoming, it's not a guaranteed commodity. There's just no such thing as a guaranteed private space. And I also take to heart that I doubt very much if the residents in the portion of the building that's going to be 7 stories, 6, 7 stories, I forget the particular stories, be sitting at the windows, peering out at the backyards of folks. They'll need binoculars to actually see what's going on. It's also a fairly well vegetated area, so especially in the spring and summer, when backyards are being used for private events, it becomes more difficult to actually see what's going on in somebody's backyard unless you really intend to do it. So I do appreciate the concerns that people have, but sometimes I think our concerns are not always well founded. Once a project is completely done, everything looks different. So it's always darkest before the dawn, but when the dawn arrives, I think the project itself will be an eminently good one and a very necessary one. So I, for my part, am in favor of this particular project. So now, having said all of that, I wonder if I could look towards one of my colleagues for a motion to this application. Ms. West, thank you.
To you, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to the city staff condition dated on report November 13, 2024. They had 3 conditions that is stated in that report, and also the transportation have no concern, and I think that is let me see if there is any other.
Metrolinx?
Metrolinx, yes. Metrolinx warning clause. There is also a Metrolink warning clause. I don't have the date in front of me. Okay, yeah, that's my motion.
Thank you. Any seconder to the motion? Mr. McKay, thank you. All those in favor? At 3-2. Any opposed? Ms. Volpet, thank you. And Mr. Wilkins. The application is approved. Thank you. Now we move on to item number 17. Yep, we're getting there. Okay, number 17 is 775 to 783 Vaughan Road and 670 to 680 Northcliffe Boulevard. Purpose of the application is to alter the development standards for a mixed-use building as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw by increasing the building height, from 38 stories to 45 stories. The maximum permitted projection of equipment used for the functional operation of the building, the maximum permitted total gross floor area, and the maximum permitted encroachment of canopies and awnings. Also, to reduce the minimum required outdoor amenity space. The new 45-story mixed-use building, including the mechanical penthouse, will have a total of 576 residential dwelling units. Committee had before it the following communications: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Covering letter from David McKay and Mayor Steer, I hope I pronounced that correctly, agents, was received July the 28th. There's email correspondence from the agent as well, received on 21st of October. Tree inventory and preservation plan report, received 28th of July. Presentation materials from the agent received November 13th. Site-specific zoning bylaw and revised diagram number 3 affecting the subject property. Commenting agencies and reports. So there's a staff report from community planning. There's an advisory staff report from Metrolinx. There are letters in support. There's one letter in support from the local councillor, Josh Matlow. And in opposition, we have 2 folks listed, Jennifer Forencam, if I've got that correct, and Bill Worrell of the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization. I think those are the only 2 that I've got listed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and we have a few registered speakers online and 1 in person.
Terrific, thank you. Mr. McKay, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
Sorry.
David, no problem. Sorry, sir.
We have another Mr. McKay as part of the panel, so.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. McKay. If you could please give us your name and your address, and then
Sure,
it's a short presentation, please.
Sure, it's actually pronounced Mackay.
Mackay,
so
I
I guess a cousin to the McKay on the panel.
Thank you.
David Mackay, registered professional planner with the MHBC, 7050 Western Road, Suite 230, Vaughan, Ontario, L4L 8G7. So with you today is a unique proposition, sir, in that in last year we did receive approval for a purpose-built rental building at the subject location. This site, if staff can go to the next slide, is located just about a 3-minute walk to the brand new LRT station for Crosslinks at Dufferin and Eglinton. As part of the comprehensive process for the rezoning, part of the discussions occurred that we would continue discussions with the community groups following the zoning approval to look at community contributions above and beyond what is required by statute. So since July of 2023, our client has been meeting with the councillor's office, planning staff, the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, the Toronto Community Benefits Network, Black Urbanism Toronto, and CP Planning representing other parties. As part of that discussions, we have come to an agreement relative to provide for additional community benefits in the form of either affordable housing or community cultural space, or a combination of the 2. And to allow for that to happen, obviously, we need to increase the number of overall units, market rental units for the building, which it relates to the increase in height and the increase in density requested, as well as the slight modification to the outdoor amenity space. From a built form perspective, effectively the building at grade and all the way up is effectively the same. We're just adding to the stories. So in terms of overall impact, it's really negligible at the end of the day when you're talking about that sort of height going from 38 to 45 stories. With regards to this, we think that this is a great win-win-win for the community, as well as our client, as well as future residents of this building. And we would seek your support with regards to this matter. As outlined in my cover letter, we believe that it does meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act. This area is designated for apartment neighborhoods. It is being redeveloped for tall buildings in support of transit, that transit infrastructure requirements. It does not have any significant impacts, additional impacts beyond what it has been already approved by City Council. And as I said, we think it is appropriate and desirable to provide for that additional community benefit above and beyond what the statute would require for this type of development to proceed. I know that there was a couple of comments in terms of opposition. I can wait, and I don't know if they're here to speak to those items, but I can speak to them now. But overall, we think this is a benefit. It will provide additional rental, purpose-built rental housing, as well as affordable housing in a very modest way. When you think of the overall context, which is full of, is being redeveloped for tall buildings in proximity to transit. I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee may have at this point and respond to any comments from others thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. I'll just check and see if my colleagues have any questions at this point, or perhaps they might want to ask questions later, and you can respond when folks in opposition present their issues. Anybody have any questions at this point? No? Oh, Ms. Volpert has a question for you.
Can you specify how many affordable units will be added to the project?
So there will be, we're looking at 9 affordable housing, rental housing units at the city's levels of affordability. And that's been reviewed through the city planning department, and they have conditions that speak to that. At a minimum, it would be 9. At a minimum, it would be 6 if the other component, which is the cultural community center, is part of it. So it's either 9 affordable, or it's a minimum of 6 plus the community facility. And we're still working through those details with city staff. But the city staff comments and conditions reflect that general arrangement that we're speaking to. Originally, we were talking about 15 units, but then there was obviously costs of increase and things have changed. And we're looking at a more affordable time frame in terms of the more than 25 years. So that's where the changes to the number of units were negotiated.
If I may just ask a quick question, I take it there's some ongoing discussions with planning with the city?
That's correct. It's a combination of discussions with the community groups that we've been speaking to, Councillor Matlow's office, as well as community planning, in terms of the final community contribution component. As I said, it would be either a combination, it would be either 9 affordable units or 6 plus the community space that we're looking at.
Thank you so much. I think we'll move on to the folks in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and just for the record to clarify, there was no declarations of interest for this item. There is no relation between David Mackay and Carrie McKay, our member, just for the record and public perception. All right, so we can move to the registered speakers to this item. We'll start with the person that's here in person.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
First, your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Anika Mark. Should I do my organization's address or my home address?
I think it's the home address, is it?
Yeah. Okay, so our office address is 1061 Eglinton Avenue West, and my home address is 25 Richview Road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, I have a presentation. I was told that it is in the extra late folder titled Presentation Materials and Support, BOUDEN. I'm not sure if that's available. If not, that's okay. No. Very late, yeah. Extra late. That one is me. That one is me. Okay. So I'm going to read to page 21 of this slide. But would it be possible to leave up slide 18 while I speak? Okay.
Pardon me.
Amazing. All right. Dear Committee of Adjustment, over the past 2 years, Black Urbanism TO, alongside other neighborhood organizations, have been in conversation with CORE and Shenandoah groups on integrating key community benefits into the development project. We are submitting this letter of support that I'm reading right now for Section 45(9) agreement, which would include either 9 affordable rental housing or a minimum of 6, I'm hearing now, and a community cultural space or a combination of both. Budo has submitted a comprehensive proposal to Core and Shenandoah development groups outlining the vision, operational structure, and financial model for a food cooperative. Our plan emphasizes the need for a cooperative model that is both economically viable and socially impactful, while ensuring that the space is managed in a way that reflects the values and needs of the community. The intent of this proposal is to secure a commitment from the developers and then engage key stakeholders in the Black food sovereignty sector on the future programming and stewardship. The food cooperative will also serve as an anchor for future community development and business opportunities in Little Jamaica, offering a platform for Black entrepreneurs and food producers. We are excited about the potential of this initiative and the precedent that it can set for our community. By ensuring that the commercial retail space is used in a way that promotes community ownership and cultural preservation, we can build on the city's work to increase an inclusive and resilient neighborhood that reflects the rich history and contribution of Black Torontonians. Since I have some more time, I'm going to go through my presentation or the proposal that we submitted. So if you go to the first slide. So this is the proposal that we submitted to Core and Shenandoah groups for the food cooperative. As folks may know, Little Jamaica is one of Canada's oldest Black, Caribbean, and African enclaves. We go to the next slide. This is just our letter to Core Shenandoah, just emphasizing the need for a food cooperative, and kind of just hoping that they would consider us using their retail space for a food cooperative. The next slide. So this side, I think, is what I'll maybe focus on the most right now, is why Black communities need food co-ops. Food co-ops combat food insecurity. Historically, marginalized and African descending communities have formed co-ops in response to systemic racism, societal inequities. Unscrumptious vendors often preyed upon them, knowing that there are little that these groups can do to hold them accountable. For Black people, these inequities range from being denied the same level of service, if serviced at all, to price gouging or being sold poor quality with a take it or leave it policy. Food co-ops offer an alternative to unsatisfactory policies and practices by empowering their communities, which is essential to combating food apartheid within local and global food systems. The reality of food insecurity for Black Torontonians is that Black Torontonians are 9% of the population, yet 3.5 times more likely to be food insecure. At 28.4%, nearly 1/3 of Black households live with food insecurity. 36.6% of Black children live in food insecure households, and 63 of Black food organizations expect to run out of funding in 6 months or less. We also know that majority of Canadians are living off of food banks, over 2 million folks. The data and statistics I just spoke to are from the Toronto Black Food Sovereignty Plan, some work that is being done by Black food sovereignty stakeholders and the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. I'll go to the next slide. So the proposal. The objective is to create a sustainable, community-driven food cooperative within a commercial space leased by the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust, which is being incubated by Black Urbanism TO, ensuring affordable access to healthy food, supporting local farmers, and fostering community engagement. So the key priorities for the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust are to acquire mixed-use properties primarily on our main street.
Sorry to interrupt, you've got about 30 seconds
Okay.
to go. Thank you.
Okay, and one of the major priorities for the land trust is that we're able to negotiate stewardship with developers that are coming into the neighborhood. And so I think what Core and Shenandoah Groups has done with being able to at least open up this conversation, like I was saying earlier, it sets precedent for the way that we can engage with other developers in the neighborhood. And I think for a community that is as limited as ours, just even a conversation opens up so many opportunities. So I want to thank you all for your time. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions at this point? No? I do have one, if I may.
Yeah.
When Mr. Mackay was talking about the 6 units and community project, would the community project be something that...
Yeah.
This is it?
This is it, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
you.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, we can move to the next speaker here in person.
Hi, good afternoon. Name and address, please. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Cassandra Crease, and I live at 787 Apartment 3, Vaughan Road, M6E2Z5.
You got 5 minutes?
Thank you. So to the chair and to the committee members, speaking to the minor variance. From 36 to 38 to now 45 stories, next to a 4-story building. That means a permanent shadow as a new development occupies that northwest corner of a residential section. So I'm at 787 and I'm adjacent to this property to the west, but you know, a shadow is part of redevelopment. I'm a local resident who has been in the area for over 10 years. I attended this development's community consultation meeting that was held back on November 24th, 2022 over WebEx. I'm concerned about 1, changes to AMR in the neighborhood, and 2, increased density with very little public realm space. So 1, changes to average market rent. I understand that the building of the still non-operational Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit has attracted developers to the area. I'm also aware of the city's interest to densify around transit through the major transit station area and protected major transit station area policies. The Dufferin and Eglinton area will be transformed from an area that historically had a bylaw restricting buildings to 8 stories, with the exemption of St. Hilda's residence and Doug Sanders apartments that have been the tallest in the area up until very recent developments. Recognizing that new transit and new developers have come to the area, landlords of existing buildings, like mine, my 4-story building next door, have been incentivized to renovate long-term residents and put units on the market for much higher prices for new tenants after they do the renovations. The City of Toronto recognizes the need for purpose-built rentals like this development, but I'm concerned that an increase in amount of units may look like the housing supply goals are being achieved, but if these units are rented at above AMR, then it will contribute to housing unaffordability, not only for the residents of the tower, but the neighboring buildings, as the landlords will consider the rental prices of this new development and the units in it and try to match that price, thus raising the AMR of the whole neighborhood to even more unaffordable levels. Controls on average market rent and even the provision of affordable and deeply affordable housing units will make an impact on our housing crisis. And on to my second point, just looking at the time, increased density with very little public realm space. The minor variance states that it is the intent of the developer to reduce the minimum required outdoor amenity space. This concerns me as an occupied building of 576 residential units means this area will see a density increase never seen before, and the development already takes away green space. Right now, there are 9 1- and 2-story buildings on this property with front yard space and backyard space. How is adding an additional 76 units to the previous application of 500 units, made February 15th, 2024, requiring less public realm space? Already, a pedestrian wind assessment done by RWDI that the developer contracted shows a concern of, and I quote, elevated wind predicted at southern corner, end quote. How will new residents entering and exiting the building, as well as the neighborhood residents walking across this intersection, which is Northcliffe Boulevard and Vaughan Road, be able to comfortably move about without being bombarded with excessive wind force arising from this 45-story property? So please consider these concerns when approving this minor variance. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Any questions, folks? Ms. Volpet?
So back in 2022, when you went through the consultation process, was it for the 37 floors, or how many floors did this building contain at the time?
36.
36.
Yeah.
36, okay.
483 units, I believe, and 36 stories.
36, okay. And then it went to 38.
And then it went to 38.
Okay.
And they played with the numbers 500 units, 520, and now it's 45 stories.
Thank you.
Thank you very kindly.
Hey, through you, Mr. Chair, I believe we have another person here in person to speak to this item.
Your name and address, please, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Cheryl Case. I'm the founder and executive director of CP Planning. So my home address is 34 Bridesburg Drive, and our office address is 2575 Eglinton Avenue West. You ready for me to start?
Please begin. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm here as a member of CP Planning. So we are in support of affordable housing on this site. If you can go to the next slide. It's a bit about our organization. So we are a nonprofit community planning network. So we believe housing is a human right, and cultural rights are secured through a robust nonprofit sector that includes solidarity across socioeconomic groups. And so that is why we're actually quite pleased that we've been able to be in ongoing conversation with the developers over the last number of years. Since 2023, in February, so it's been over 22 months of engaging on the site in negotiation with the developers, collaboration with other nonprofits in the neighborhood, but also engagement with the city staff and the local councillor. Next slide. So we've been an active member of this community since 2019. This is when we delivered our Black Futures on Eglinton project. This is a cultural mapping study that looked at the cultural resources in terms of processes and assets that would enable Black communities to be able to thrive in this neighborhood on an ongoing basis. And we established our office in the neighborhood also in 2023, and we've actually hosted workshops just at the Murray Ishuka Library across the street, and have done workshops around developing affordable housing on the specific block of this neighborhood as well. So we have a great amount of interest in seeing affordable housing delivered on this site. Next slide. Oops, no, not that slide. Yeah, that slide, great. So I'm writing to express our support for the application of a minor variance with the important condition that no less than 6 units. So when we read the report from the planner, it's provided that, from our interpretation, that there's 3 options, one including no provision of affordable housing, with being option B. And so, we're really grateful that the city is wanting to apply the definition of affordable housing, which is OPA 558, stating that it is, which is an income-based definition. And also, we encourage that the minimum design standards be applied in alignment with the 2015 Affordable Rental Housing Design Guidelines. When we did our Black Futures in Eglinton study, we found the community feedback was resoundingly that affordable housing is a key asset for culture, right? If folks don't have actually the luxury of being able to stay in the neighborhood, but also having the ability to pay a fair amount of for rent, for example, a lot of folks in the neighborhood are paying 50-60% of their income on rent, and that really diminishes their ability to engage in various forms of cultural expression. We also encourage the City of Toronto confronting any Black racism unit be consulted for their feedback on how the site can help to advance the city's Black housing strategy. So in the neighborhood, Black residents have been pushed out at a rate 3 times higher than other residents, and as a neighborhood that has been, with higher Black populations, being named Little Jamaica, being referenced, internationally as Little Jamaica as early as 1970s, I can find records. It's really important that this aspect of folks being actually to live in the neighborhood is respected through the requirement of OPA 558, and also this key component here, which I'm noting, is that approving the variance without requiring maximum benefits as is feasible considering the variance given, including affordable housing, would be a missed opportunity to address the dire needs of the community and to honor the countless hours and labor put in by local organizers over the past 9 years. And it's 9 years being that, right in this block, there's this group called the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, which includes diverse leaders from all over the world and also from, tenants and property owners as well. And they've been, wanting to see affordable housing since 2015. They've asked for a workshop from the city around affordable housing. And so we found that option B actually provides half as many benefits than either option A or C. If you go to the next slide, please. So I've prepared this chart here. And so you can see that, I just want to first preface in saying that as the community has been communicated that the reason for this variance being pursued is to be able to generate the resources financially to actually provide community benefits. It's important that that is honored in the way that the benefits are actually equal in terms of the options available. And so that would be options A and C, which would include affordable housing. And so option B would actually only provide 0.09 benefits in space per additional new space for the development and minor's variance, whereas options A and C provide 0.17 or 0.17, 0.18. So this is a substantial difference. And so this points towards the importance of aligning with the official plan's commitment to confronting systemic anti-black racism, meaning that you can't just make a statement, but it actually has to be followed through in action as well. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Sorry, I got so caught up in your presentation, I didn't look at the clock. Thank you so very much. Do we have any questions for our speaker? None at the moment? Okay. Thank you. We'll come back hopefully later when somebody has a question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can move to the next speaker that is online registered in opposition.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, good afternoon. We can hear you perfectly. Could we have your first name and last name, please?
Hello, Mr. Chair, committee members, and members of the public. My name is Jennifer Forencamp, and I live at 777 Vaughan Road. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to raise my concerns regarding application A081024TEY. I'm here speaking as a resident of the neighborhood and also likely a future tenant in the development. I believe that adding 7 more floors and 76 more units to what will already be the tallest building in the neighborhood does not qualify as a minor variance, but rather a major change to the application. Other members of the public have expressed to me that they also believe such significant changes and a radical departure from the neighborhood model should involve the full public consultation process usually required by the City of Toronto. Some of the other issues I'm concerned about include not reducing outdoor amenity space, the number of elevators, parking spaces, and a number of affordable residential units provided for the benefit of the community. Also, I wonder how much longer, beyond the 3-year construction period already expected, it may take for a larger building. In terms of thy first concern, the outdoor amenity space, requirement, I would like to point out that there will likely be 900 or more residents in the building, with few or no balconies and extreme densification in the nearby area due to other large developments. Therefore, I believe outdoor amenity space on the property will be crucial. I would like to use my presentation images, please, on page 1, if you wouldn't mind. If you wouldn't mind going back to the first page. Thank you. If I could please draw your attention to the map on this page that lists 8 development applications in the area. Please note that the 775 Vaughan Road application area is filled in red. In blue, I have added 2 more development applications recently submitted. One is for 422 units, a couple of blocks to the west, 300 meters away. And the second is for 1 block to the east, is for 423 units, 160 meters away. There's also a blue asterisk about 30 meters to the north, where a group of properties were acquired by one owner, and most of the tenants have already been emptied, obviously in preparation for another development application in the future. Therefore, I believe that outdoor space at the building will be crucial. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
And I would ask that the committee consider not granting the reduction of the required amenity space from 1.7 to 1.6 meters squared. On page 2 and 3 of my presentation are photos of the new development sign. And on page 4 is a photo of the corner of Eglinton and Northcliffe where I said most of the businesses remain vacant, probably in preparation for another large building. The second issue I'd like to raise is the increase to the number of stories to the development application without any increase to the number of elevators, potentially leading to long wait times for elevators for residents in the future. 4 elevators in the current plan for 45 floors seems to be a reduction from the 2023 plans with 5 elevators for 32 floors. Thank you for bringing up that next page. If you could please see page 5 of my presentation for a screenshot of the developer's architectural plans from 2023 showing the 5 elevators for 32 floors. And then the next page, a screenshot of architectural plans for another development on the block with 6 elevators for 485 units. Currently, the developer is requesting 576 units with 4 elevators. Also, in regards to the elevators, I would be very interested to know more, such as how many people fit into each elevator. There is an article posted in the Globe and Mail from April 14th, 2023 about vertical congestion in elevators for buildings with about 40 floors and only 4 elevators. And there's also a CTV news story from November 13th, 2023. I see I'm running out of time. So to sum up the other issues, the parking has been reduced from 79 spots for 37 stories to 78 spots for 45 stories. I would hope that the city would require an increase. And regarding the affordable units, 14 out of 556 units would constitute less than 2.5% units deemed affordable. I believe it would serve the community best to increase the affordable units, perhaps to 20, over the benefits of a low-cost lease for a food co-op on the main floor. I'd also like to note there was no public consultation regarding a preference in the community for affordable units versus a food co-op.
But you've just used up the time.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Any additional speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's all the speakers registered for this item.
Thank you so much. We can now ask Mr. Mackay to join us again and offer some responses to the various comments that he's heard.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the support of the 2 community groups that we've been working with regards to this proposal. Just reinforces the fact that we have been consulting with those groups on an ongoing basis to come up with this win-win solution. With regards to the 2 opposition components, the one woman raised issues of wind impact. As committee may know, wind impacts are dealt with through the approval process for site plan approval, and mitigation measures are required to address those matters. And that would happen whether the building is at 38 stories or if it's at 45. So that is something that will be dealt with through the further planning approvals for this property. Relative to green space, thank you staff for putting up this image of the site plan. If you compare the existing condition at grade, the frontage along Northcliffe and Vaughan is a concrete jungle. There is very limited green space, and you can see through this image that we are providing a substantially upgraded public realm as part of this development, which we think is beneficial to the overall development. So to say that it's not being provided for is just not correct. Relative to the comment about elevators, that is not within the purview of the committee, but to correct the speaker, we do have 5 elevators. There are 4 elevators for the tower component, and 1 elevator that it deals with bike parking and loading and whatnot. That's shown on the drawings, and you can see that correctly where the hand is on the screen. With regards to that, we have been studying through detailed design in terms of the elevator consultant, and it is appropriate for the size of building to have 4 elevators going to the tower plus an additional elevator to deal with bicycle parking and loading and whatnot. So I'm just responding to that comment. Relative to the open space, what we're dealing with is a reduction of 0.1 square meter per unit, which equates to 30 square meters. That's all we're talking about. And that is outdoor space. We are actually over providing between indoor and outdoor amenity space. We're over providing what is required by the bylaw at the end of the day. So in our opinion, the amenity space is appropriate and does not take away from the other public realm elements, which, as I mentioned, are being upgraded as along this frontage. Lastly is the commentary about rents increases in the area and the amount of development. That has nothing to do with the variances at play. Every applicant has a property owner has the ability to apply for and seek approvals on their own sites. We did go through an extensive public consultation process. The change from 36 to 38 was as a result of built form changes that requested by city staff, and that's the change that resulted in the final approval by council at 38 stories. And again, as I mentioned, the actual increase to 45 creates additional housing units, both affordable as well as market rental, and as well as potentially the cultural community space that we've been talking about. So with my respectful submissions, I believe that the proposal does meet the 4 tests, and I request your support for the requested variances. I'd be happy to answer questions that committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. I'll just see if any of our colleagues have any questions for you. Mr. McKay's got a question for you.
Thanks. So it's not directly on your point here. I take it you're a land use planner. Is that correct?
Yes, I am, sir. Registered professional planner.
Yes, great. Yes. All right. Here's my situation or problem is that it's a very good project, but why isn't this a zoning bylaw amendment instead of a minor variance application? And here's my problem. We've got a zoning bylaw, it was a zoning bylaw 818 of 23. So, you know, it's a little more than a year old. And even that zoning by council made it a 38-story project. Now it's going up 7 stories, and I looked at the comparisons of the diagrams about height. It seems to me that it's about almost 20 meters higher than what was approved under the site-specific bylaw. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, all right. Well, I'll just leave you with that issue if you want to address it or not. And
yes.
My suggestion is that great project, but I think the route may be incorrect.
Thank you.
So, thank you, sir, for that commentary. I would like to note to committee that there are a number of applications that have come before the various committees of adjustment throughout the City of Toronto seeking height increases beyond what have been recently approved bylaws. And this is not abnormal. This is not go against any type of process question with regards to the ability to seek these changes by way of committee of adjustment. We have been working, as I said, with the community as well as the councillor's office and city staff to come forward with this proposal. And this was the appropriate route that both myself as well as planning staff and the local councillor felt was appropriate and desirable in terms of moving the project forward with these community benefits. If the committee turns this down, then we will proceed with the 38-unit development, and those community benefits will not occur as part of this development. It is just the reality that our client has been sitting on this land for a number of years and needs to move forward with the project. They're about to break ground as part of this proposal, and this is the most expeditious and appropriate way to proceed with the project with the increased height that we're requesting. Frankly, I believe that there are numerous examples. I can think of one I was involved with recently in Scarborough, where again an additional request for affordable housing was granted in lieu of additional height as part of the proposal. That was at 30 Gilder. There has been other approvals granted by the Committee of Adjustment in Etobicoke in the 6 Points Plaza area for additional height with community benefits being provided. So this is very appropriate and has been conducted by the Committee's Adjustment in the city previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Volpert, Ms. West, any questions that you might have? Ms. Wilkins? No? Oh, Ms. Volpert has a question.
So, a small question about the outdoor amenity space. Part of the, the variances that, states that the outdoor amenity space will be reduced. Can you refer to that?
Yes, it is a technical variance in terms of if we increase the number of units with the amount of amenity space we are continuing to provide previously, the ratio drops from 1.7 to 1.6. The actual
ratio, not the absolute.
it's that's correct. We are still providing 942 square meters of outdoor amenity space, along with 1,201 square meters of indoor amenity space. So we're actually if you add the two together, we're about 10 square meters short in terms of total amenity space through this change and in this request. It's not inappropriate in any manner, and it's basically equivalent to a small shed that we're talking about in terms of the differential in total amenity space being provided.
Thank you. I do have a quick question. Currently, you've got permission to build 38 stories. Are there any affordable units within the 38 stories at this point in time?
The only affordable housing units is relative to any that may be related to the rental replacement components. There are a number of rental replacements in this building, and that would be the only component that might be affordable. There is none today.
How many would that be if you didn't get the additional floors?
Sir, I'd have to check. I don't have that off the top of my head, but it's not that many, if any, sir.
Okay. I do have some comments, if I may. I'm not a fan of projects like this that you've got approval for a certain size, height, and then subsequently we have this request for additional height. Comparing this particular project to something in Scarborough, Etobicoke, I think is a little unfair. The densities in Scarborough and Etobicoke are not similar or the same as what we see here at Dufferin and Eglinton. It's a very different density. So I think it's a little unfair to suggest that there's a precedent somewhere else and therefore this applies. I am a little conflicted in the sense that amongst our presenters today here, we've had two individuals who are supportive and one individual who's expressed concern. And I think the concern is very real. I'm quite familiar with this neighborhood, having visited St. Hilda's many, many, many times. I think they've got definite concerns. I think what may be in your favor in terms of, or in favor of this particular application is the affordable housing units and the proposition of having community space. So that might act in favor of this project. I realize that all you're asking for is this additional floors that you proposed. So I think this is a bit of a quandary in a way for me. But perhaps we'll take it into committee and have a conversation about which way we go. Thank you, Mr. Mackay. Folks, we're in committee.
Okay, and as you've suggested, and as Mr. McKay was, touching on, it's the way how you bring about all those, changes, and that I'm not comfortable again with the way of bringing this, change in number of floors, kind of for the back door. We've been through that exercise before. It's not a first, but again, like this project went through the whole process of
designing and community consultations and, you know, amended zoning bylaws, and then comes again through, you know, with the request to increase the floors, and I'm not comfortable with that. We are not some kind of a, you know, lever to, you know, check your, you know, book, but, you know, it's my comment at the moment.
Thank you so much, Ms. Volpet. Any other comments, observations? Mr. McKay, you got something on the...
Well, the only thing I would say is that, you know, 1 or 2 stories, maybe, you know, we could feel that fits into the minor variance proposal, but I'm staying with my view that, you know, it should have gone by way of zoning bylaw amendment, so I probably won't support it on that basis. That basis only, otherwise, it seems a very good project.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wilkins, Ms. West, your observations?
Well, I mean, for me, I felt more strongly the other way on the project on Queen Street, just because it was a 100% increase, and this is 7 stories. But I suppose in this, and I took what the applicant's planners said about, you know, you could have a building without the benefits or a building with the benefits, and that's kind of a, you know, something to think about. Like, if it's going to go ahead without 9 affordable units, which proportionally isn't that many, but better than 0 in this city, that is adding something. But there definitely are neighbors with concerns, and yeah, I mean, it's a, you know, I grew up around that neighborhood, and my dad lived on Northcliffe, so I'm really familiar with it. Haven't, you know, and you can see adding some benefits to the community there for sure, in terms of streetscape and accessible amenity on the main floor, which is not there in such a degree. So I don't know, I'm, you know, taking a look at the official plan, and it talks about how sometimes trade-offs for height and density are appropriate where community benefits are provided. So again, I'm on the fence, but the other thing I was thinking, which perhaps I didn't agree with the applicant's planner, is that the number of elevators. I know the elevators are staying the same. The building is getting taller, more units. And in terms of looking at impact and whether the variance is minor, I think the impact is also on the people who live in the building and what their life is going to be like there. The problem I have is I mean, I'm not an expert in elevators, so I don't know. It's hard for me to say whether that's a legitimate issue or not, but I know sometimes in this applications we see those studies come in as part of it to, you know, I don't think I saw much about the elevators, particularly in this one, unless I'm wrong. I'll just double check. But anyway, before I make up my mind, I'll just sort that out.
Thank you. And I think I'm just wondering about the elevator issue. I would imagine there must be some standards that have to be met. So presumably the standards have been met in the design. Ms. West, any comments, any observations, your thoughts?
So, to you, Mr. Chair, my comments are very much aligned with my colleague comments, Gary McKay, that this is like...
I just want to be in dissent.
that this, like going from 38 to 45, it's not minor, because specifically when this application been go for the underside specific zoning bylaw approval previously, so that's my where I'm standing.
I think this project has certainly provided a lot of food for thought, and has placed all of us on a fence, to some degree. The question is, which side do we fall on? So perhaps I'll look for a motion from my colleagues and see where it goes. Ms. Volpet?
based on all the evidence and, the comments I've heard, I would bring a motion to refuse this application. I think it's not minor.
Okay, thank you very much. Seconder to that?
Second that motion.
Mr. McKay, thank you. All those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, and I'll make that 4. And dissenting, Mr. Wilkins. Thank you. Mr. McKay, your application has been refused. Thank you. Thank you, folks, for coming in today and making your presentations. Very valuable. Thank you. Moving on now to number 18. Number 18, the purpose of this application, 880 Ossington Avenue, is to convert the existing two-story detached dwelling into a triplex dwelling by constructing a front basement walkout, side, south, and rear two-story additions, a complete third-story addition, and rear balconies on the first, second, and third stories. Also to demolish the existing rear detached garage and construct a new two-story ancillary building containing a laneway suite in the rear yard abutting the laneway. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot, 3 dwelling units within the main triplex building, and 1 dwelling unit located in this laneway suite. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan, survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received November 15th. 4 photographs of the subject property received August 20th. Presentation materials from Ida Evangelista, the agent, received on November the 13th. Corresponding from Ms. Evangelista received on November the 15th. Commenting agency reports is email correspondence from the Senior Project Manager, Transportation Review Development Review, Transportation Services, received November 15th. Staff report from the Manager, Development Transportation Review Area, Transportation Services, Toronto and East York District. There is 1 form letter in support signed by owners and occupants of 878 Ossington Avenue, received November the 12th. And that is all in that one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you so much. Ms. Evangelista, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We don't have anybody in opposition. And from what I can gather, this is not an egregious request. Let me just see if my colleagues may have some questions for you.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I'll just note that there was just in supplementary materials, and this is good. Transportation is acknowledging that some structure encroachment of some steps that were into the public laneway here have been removed. So, so they're no longer having an objection.
Correct.
That's okay. Thanks.
So presumably the transportation condition is null and void now. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments?
Actually, I do have a question.
Ms. Vaughan?
I'm all looking at the ancillary, the garden suite. And
yes.
Did you have any communications with neighbors? Did they raise any concerns about the height of the laneway suite?
We have the owners actually currently live there, and they did reach out to the neighbors. Now, if you take a look at photos that I included in my submission package, there is a laneway back there. So it's all, garages that span the laneway in its entirety. So it would be far enough from other homes in the neighborhood. Nobody has a problem with what we are proposing.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
I think whenever I see the laneway suites, I'm always worried about the angular planes. More so with garden suites, I think. But this one that faces on an alley, I think that mitigates the concern. And when I look at the plans, they are not. It's not a huge angular plane, for lack of a better word, violation. And so overall, I guess all of these are really contextual with when you have a multiplex at the front and a further unit at the back, but I think the absence of objections suggests that this won't have any real adverse impact on the neighbors, so I think it meets the 4 tests.
Thank you kindly. Any other comments, Ms. West?
That was the motion, correct?
Motion, yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, if
Thank
that's
you.
the motion, I'll second it.
Second, wonderful, thank you. All in favor? Unanimous. Ms. Evangelista, you have your application approved. Moving on to number 19. Okay, number 19, 1166 Queen Street West. Purpose of the application: to alter the existing 3-story mixed-use building by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a mezzanine above the 2nd floor. The existing 3rd floor will be converted to a mezzanine above the existing 2nd floor, and the existing rear 1-story addition will be demolished. The entire building will be converted to restaurant use, including the existing residential dwelling unit. No long-term or short-term bicycle parking spaces will be provided on the site. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received November 15th. 2 photographs of trees on the subject property received September 13th. Covering letter from Heather Double Dam, agent, received on October the 7th. Decision number A 0632/09 affecting the subject property. Correspondence from Derek McCullum, agent, received November 15th, 2024. Rental housing demolition and conversion declaration of use screening form affecting the subject property. Commenting agencies reports. The email correspondence from the planner, development review, heritage planning, received October 10th. Senior project manager, transportation review, development review, transportation services, November the 14th. Staff reports from program manager, heritage preservation services, received November 12th. Manager, transportation review, development review, Toronto and East York, received November 8th. And tree protection, there's a forestry report, received November the 14th. Advisory staff reports from the project analyst, third-party projects review, Metrolinks, and also from the supervisor, urban forestry, received November the 14th. There's one piece of correspondence in support from Callum McLachlan. If I mispronounce it, I hope I apologize. November the 14th, 2024. And that's it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's Heather Doubledam from Doubledam Architecture and Design, 142 Westmount Avenue.
Thank you very much.
I have a short verbal presentation to explain the variances and discuss some of the reports from the various agencies, if the committee would like me to present.
Let me just check and see if members would like a presentation. Since we don't have anybody in opposition, we'd certainly like to. Would you like a presentation? Quick short one? Quick short one, please.
Okay, so the purpose of this application is to convert an existing three-story heritage building with an existing one-story addition, which occupies the full extent of the site on this busy part of Queen Street West, to a two-story restaurant with mezzanines. And we're proposing to construct an additional story on part of the existing one-story volume at the back of the building, and part of it will be a new two-story addition. The parts of the existing building actually extend beyond the property line currently, which we plan to rectify through the renovation. The new addition will be built entirely within the property line and therefore improve upon an existing non-compliant condition. So the proposal maintains all the existing setbacks, front, rear, and side yard, and doesn't exceed the permitted building height. Furthermore, the proposed addition is not visible from Queen Street West and doesn't have any impact on the pedestrian realm or the streetscape. So I thought I would just very quickly explain the variances and why they're triggered by the proposal and why they could be considered minor. So the first and second variances relate to floor space index. The total permitted maximum floor space index for all the uses on the lot is 3.0, and for non-residential uses is 1.0. The proposed floor space index is 3.08. So the additional requested floor space index for all uses is 3% above what the bylaw permits. But the building is going to be 2 stories with mezzanines and contains 2 large double height spaces. And within the CR zone, unlike other zones, the double height open spaces count towards GFA, even though there's no usable floor area. So it kind of artificially inflates the GFA, and the actual usable floor area is results in an FSI of 2.7, which is less than the maximum. So we would consider that to be fairly minor. The third variance relates to bicycle parking spaces, and the building occupies the full footprint of the site. So there's no bicycle parking on the site, but this is on Queen Street West, and there's a lot of existing bicycle parking spaces on the street in front of the building. So there's ample parking opportunities for bicycles already, and Transportation Services have noted that they have no objections to this proposed variance. The fourth variance relates to what is permitted for floor area for an eating establishment. The total interior floor area of all eating establishments on a lot within 6.1 meters of a lot in a residential zone category may not exceed 400 square meters, and the proposal total floor area is 470.56. So that additional 15% is minor relative to the scale of all the kind of existing buildings in the neighborhood and other commercial buildings nearby. And it is basically just kind of represents the back half of the interior area, which is service and support space for the restaurant. So it's fully enclosed, it doesn't create any noise, and the property is buffered from the adjacent residential zone by a municipal laneway. And the last variance relates to building setbacks. So where the rear lot line abuts a lane, the minimum setback is 7.5 meters from the opposite side of the lane, but we're planning on retaining the existing rear wall of the building, and therefore the 4.23 meter setback is an existing condition. So that, and this reflects the other buildings along this laneway. It's already set back from the property line. So our client did have discussion with surrounding neighbors, who are, majority of the neighbors are commercial properties, and one of the neighbors on one side provided a letter of support, which you can see there on file, and then the owner on the other side has indicated verbally that they have no objections to what we're proposing, and they wouldn't be filing any objections to the committee. I also wanted to note that, and I'm closing comments here, that we have reviewed the reports on file from the various agencies, and it appears that no one has any issues with the requested variances. Regarding the report from Heritage Planning, they indicate they have no concerns with the variance, but they did have some comments about the ground floor storefront detailing and materials. So we consulted with them, and we proposed to revise the elevation. They actually preferred the one that's on file that you have in front of you. And we're going to be discussing further with them prior to applying for the building permit. Thank you.
So just to be clear, The heritage condition still applies. That hasn't been removed by Heritage, I take it. And you've
Yes,
got
they would
ongoing-
like to,
Yeah.
yeah, they want to review it with us prior to making a building permit application.
I believe there's a transportation condition as well. I don't think forestry, there's an advisory memo from forestry that I think is still valid, if I'm not mistaken.
Forestry would like a permit for removal of the tree, which of course we would have to make prior to a building permit application.
Terrific, thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues have any concerns or questions for you. Any questions? No? None? Thank you so kindly. I'll just see if we can take it into committee and come up with a decision.
Thank you.
Folks. Any offerings?
I just wasn't quite sure about the heritage situation. Is there a need to put in a condition or not? Because they talked about sort of the storefront and maybe changing the glazing, etc.
From what I understood was, I think they've still got conversation going on with Heritage, so perhaps it might be just as well to leave it in place.
Looks like it's subject to the condition at the latest iteration.
And through the chair to members, so the transportation services follow-up, they have no conditions,
So
just
that
to
can be
clarify.
deleted, thank
Yes,
you.
based on the revised plans.
So it would just be the heritage condition and Metrolinx advisory note, so that's about it, and forestry, of course. Okay. Look for a motion? Okay, Mr. McKay?
All right, I'll move that we approve the minor variance applications before us for these 5 variances, subject to Heritage signing off on the front of the building and the Metrolinx standard warning.
And forestry. Is an advisory memo, yes. Thank you. A seconder? Ms. West, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? 1. Mr. Wilkins, thank you. It's 4-1. Application is approved. Thank you. And the final one for this morning is item number 20. Number 20 is 122 DEWBOURNE Avenue. Purpose of the application is to legalize and to maintain the existing ground floor deck, which is currently under construction without an authorized building permit. Committee had before it, before it, the following communications: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the deck on the subject property received September 13th, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property received October 7th, a covering letter from David Hager received September 13th, the agent, order to comply that was also that we have in-house. Commenting agencies and reports is an advisory staff report from Metrolinx, and that's about it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you very kindly. Mr. Hager, did I pronounce it correctly? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I know I'm the last speaker. Hopefully you'll grant me a little patience. My spouse and I are the owners of 122 DEWBOURNE Avenue, M6C1Y8, and I am presenting on behalf of us.
Thank you. I read your covering letter, and that provided some explanation. So I don't know if my colleagues need a presentation at all or not, or they have any questions. From my understanding of, it's really replacing an existing deck that was produced without permission a number of years ago. That would be correct, I assume?
Yeah, that is correct. And the presenter is showing you the deck as it was 12 years ago, and now is going to show you the deck that was built before the stop work order was issued. It's the same dimensions as the original deck, and the deck was built initially with City of Toronto permission, and we had to do it because of disrepair. We've had no complaints from our neighbors, and if you've read my letter, you'll see there's a lot of trees on our property protecting our neighbors from seeing us and us from seeing our neighbors, so there's really little, if any, privacy issues. The house is built on a hill, which is why the height of the deck needs to be much higher than the bylaw permits in order for it to reach the first floor.
That's great. Thank you so much. I think this is one of those circumstances that we frequently run into where something was constructed some time ago that needs either replacing or repair, and permission wasn't available at the time or wasn't sought. I don't see this as an issue personally. I'm just check with my colleagues to see if anybody has any concerns, any questions. Nope. Then I'll look for a motion for this particular application. Ms. West, thank you.
To you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Thank you, Ms. West. Ms. Volpert will second. I wonder if I could also just add a friendly amendment for the record that we don't condone the legalization of
Through the chair, construction without authorized building permit.
Thank you. Yeah, perfect. All those in favor? Great. You got a unanimous approval. Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting. And it's now, the morning session is done in the afternoon.
So through the chair, we can return our afternoon session at 4:18 p.m. It is now, so 4:18 p.m. we can resume with the afternoon agenda.